perception.
Respectfully,
I do it for myself because when I go out and I look hot, it's not for attention. It's more for like, damn, she looks hot, I look hot. Yes, I have my best face, my best hair, my best outfit, and we like, I just feel good.
All right,
It's about me.
question for you. If it's really about you, or you just do it for yourself, you put makeup on and wear a dress when you go to sleep at night?
No, I don't.
Okay, so therefore,
No, because I want to be comfortable, and that's what I do for myself. I want to be comfortable.
here's the thing. We can sit here and lie to each other and say we do things for ourselves or whatever, but the reality is, women putting on makeup, women dressing a certain way, women showing off their body, whatever.
Opinion, everyone's entitled to it, and like that's great. That's your perception. That's your reality.
No, my argument is simply that when women say I get sexy for myself, it's a lie. It's not for yourself.
No, that's your
It's
perception.
for male attention and validation.
That's
Whether
your perception.
you want to explicitly admit it or not, the beauty industry exists because
We're
men
all
are the
entitled to
ultimate
our own
consumers.
opinions.
It's not an opinion, it's fact.
That's your fact.
What?
It's your
The
fact.
truth is the truth. It's objective. Products from the beauty industry, and I'm saying that to illustrate my fact that the beauty industry exists and is a very profitable business because women know deep down that their value is determined by the way that they look to a significant degree.
Since I was really at a young age, I literally looked at magazines and I was like, why am I so infatuated with perfection, right?
Beauty industry again.
Right. Okay. Beauty industry. Right. But it was beyond that for me. I'm talking about me, my own experience, my own perception. Like when I see perfection and beauty, and that's in everything, animals and kids and nature.
Okay.
Dude, this is scary,
let's
is
say
scary.
you can say that, but women in general, the majority of women dress up, put heels on, dress nice, because none of this shit's
I can't
comfortable.
speak for them. That's them.
They do it in general to be attractive for what? The opposite gender, because women understand
That makes
the more
sense
attractive you
for
are,
them.
the more opportunities come in your life. The more opportunities that come in your life, the more ability you're able to get a higher value man, the more ability you're able to get a higher value man, the higher status. Women know that their beauty is what's going to open doors for them in the future. Men understand their wealth and status opens doors for them. Women understand their beauty opens doors for them. That's how it goes.
That's true.
That's true. So we can sit here denying and say, I do it
It's
for
not about
myself.
denial.
But it's not.
We're not talking about doors being open. We were saying like if I put makeup on, it's for a man or for myself.
Attention.
it's like it's for both kind of really
It is to
because it's literally for
Okay.
yourself and for everybody else.
Yes, sir.
I get another benefit in this, right? This one aspect. A lot of people don't know what we do subconsciously. So like we dating coaches, so we know why men do what we do. So a lot of women and men, for that matter, might don't know why they do what they do, as in peacocking and stuff like that. So she probably don't. Some of this stuff we do without even knowing. So I get that benefit that she gets to that stuff and she's not thinking, let me go out and impress a man. But
No.
subconsciously, men do it, women do it. We all trying to always do something.
The difference is that men are honest. So here's the thing. This is where I love
Some guys are honest.
women versus men. Because here's the thing with dudes, right? With dudes, they'll admit, I got the Lambo, I got the car, whatever it is. And this isn't for riches. This is for this is. I mean, sorry, they'll say, yo, yeah, I do this shit to get girls. You know what I'm saying? Fresh admitted it though.
No,
He's admitted. But like, oh, we'll come on this show and literally say, yeah, I'm wearing these 6-inch heels. And go to the gym and bust ass ladies extensions, sitting in the hair salon for 7 hours for me. No, you fucking don't, bro. You're doing it to create opportunities with the opposite gender, whether you want to admit it or not. Just like men, because if you let them their own devices, bro, they live in a shitty ass apartment,
Yep.
cover them on the fucking floor,
Yep.
on 10K a year, 20K a year. It doesn't take a lot from here. How are you gonna get bitches? You need to increase your status to get money. Everything that people do, whether it's male or female, is with sex in mind. Whether they're conscious about it or subconscious about it, because we're put on this earth to do what? Procreate.
Yep.
So to sit here and say, oh, I do it for me, blah, 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 that's disingenuous and a biological fucking lie. Because we're here to procreate. Everything we do has sex to some degree in the back of it. Right? Men acquire status and resources and bust their ass to create these resources for sexual access to women. Women bust their ass to become beautiful and stay in shape to some degree and keep their femininity up to attract men. It is what it is, man.
What about lesbians? They exist.
Exactly.
I think that in the lesbian community, a lot of like perceptions of beauty are different.
Yeah.
Like we see like lesbians performing in a different
because I
way.
want to fuck you. It's like you're hot. Like it's a genderless situation.
Okay, well, lesbians are a very small percentage of the population. We're speaking in general here. And then a lot of lesbians are bisexual, you know what I'm saying? So they'll.
Are you a lesbian? No. I don't know if you can speak and say a lot of lesbians are bisexual.
Yeah,
We've had them on the show, a lot of bisexual, a lot of women that identify as lesbians also like men. So they're bisexual.
But then they want to be lesbians.
Yeah, that's not a lesbian anymore.
Bisexual. Yeah. But they'll say, oh, I don't know, let's do girls right now, and then they'll eventually go back together. But what I don't realize is when I ask girls that are bisexual, you have to pick one gender. Which one is it going to be? They typically go with me. Except unless it's like a hardcore, I only deal with women, that's it, whatever. That's up to you. Lesbians are a small minority of women. Most women want men. Bisexual women.
What you got in that matchup Sunday?
You said what?
What you got on that matchup Sunday?
What I got on the matchup Saturday?
Sunday.
I mean nothing, man. I don't got anything on it, man. I'm still. Ooh, man. I don't think you want me to touch on this because how I feel about the Lakers. I'm not feeling the Lakers right now. I mean, yeah, they beat the sorry ass Pacers, but
No,
the Lakers, man.
I ain't talking about none of that. I just said what you got on the matchup Sunday.
I think the Lakers are gonna get their ass whooped. I think sometime Sunday, Lakers are gonna get baptized. You're gonna get baptized in the next 2 games. And show why they show why they're not the real Lakers and they're the fakers. Luka gonna get shut down and Reeves will get shut down and the offense will go stale. And I expect the Lakers to get beat by 20 in the next 2 games.
I can respect that.
The Lakers are the kind of team I got no confidence at all in the Lakers. We could be playing the fucking Washington Wizards, and I would feel like they can beat us. The Lakers give me no confidence. The way they play such like they don't play consistent good basketball for me. They'll play good for a few minutes and then fall off a cliff. So whether we're playing a top team or a worse team, I got absolutely no confidence in this team. We got too many liabilities on the court. Luka and Reeves can't guard a parked car. The bench is sorry. A lot of players are inconsistent. The Lakers as a whole is not consistent. So I can see us getting beat. But to just answer your question straight up, I see us getting beat by 20 the next 2 games.
Me personally, I ain't really gonna give no predictions. I just want to see us play, look like a basketball team, and I want to win. I do want to win against some good teams, but shit, I just want to see it look like a good team.
Yeah, that's like saying I want to be a billionaire.
But man, we go see Sunday, man.
That's like saying I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Like saying that.
Only time to tell, man. We'll see Sunday.
Yep. Come Sunday, the Lakers are gonna get baptized. You're gonna get thrown in the motherfucking water, pulled out, and thrown back in again.
You live for it?
What?
You live for it?
What? And guess Cam fell out. Cam was over here capping so much for the Lakers. His mic said, "No mas, no mas amigos." Shout out to Georgia for cutting off Cam's damn. What'd you say? And no, I'm gonna say straight up no. Go Mike will not be live for the next 2 games. Nope. I'm not about to give myself a heart attack. I'm done watching the Lakers.
Nah,
I'm sick of the Lakers. My fucking heart rate goes too high.
shit. Them them 2 of the best 2 games that damn televised. I mean, the damn the go live for, cause them shit. We don't even damn we barely even got damn televised games.
You want me in the hospital? I'm just asking. Do you want Go Mike to be in the hospital?
I'm just saying, bro. Only thing I'm saying.
But I'm just saying too.
Well, man, shit, it is what it is. Shit, I was just asking shit. I'm just saying shit. It ain't only game. Them the only games down there really gonna be televised.
I can't watch.
Shit, I'm gonna watch that bit regardless.
I'm not watching any more Laker games because if I watch another game,
regardless,
if I watch another game, I might end up either dead or in the hospital.
Shit. That's one damn game. Shit, I don't gotta goddamn use my damn phone or my damn battery to damn watch. You should turn that bitch on the TV and watch that motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm not watching any more Laker games this season. I'm done watching the Lakers this season, man. I'll try again next year. But this year, I can't take no more, Cam. I cannot take no more. I cannot watch no more Laker games. I just can't.
I'm gonna put my damn parlay, a good ass parlay in for that game. Shit, it's gonna be an early one. Shit, I'm gonna watch the game. Shit, 3:30 sharp.
Hey man, congrats to you, brother. Congrats to you, brother. You know what I'm saying? Congrats to you, man. Shout out to Cam, man. Shout out to Cam. Cause I ain't watching the motherfuckers. Go Mike is sick of having heart attacks trying to watch the damn Lakers. Just terrible. Watching Luka Doncic get beat over and over and over on defense. I just can't do it. Can't do it. I want to go through the damn screen and fucking grab him and Reeves by the fucking collar. But I can't do that. There's a few players on the team that I wish I could just reach through the fucking screen.
Shit, I would just ask.
Everybody fucking shit.
Shit, we play at 3:30. I would just ask him. And then turn around Tuesday and play them damn Wolves back to back at home.
And get beat by 20 again. Sounds like a plan. Getting beat by 20 over and over and over. Sounds like a good plan.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't see no 20-point losses, bro. I'm gonna be real with you.
I see at least one 20-point loss and two 10-point losses. Because Luka gonna get one tech. Luka might get suspended for one of them, one of the next three. I'm telling you, Luka.
If he gonna get suspended, it's gonna be he gonna get that he gonna get that tech. If he gonna get that tech, he gonna get that tech in that Minnesota game and jeopardize it because he'll jeopardize just missing Chicago. That's I don't think he gonna get it, but I'm just saying if he do get that bit, I think that'll be the time he get it.
Within the next 3 games, he gonna get one.
But he ain't gonna get it knowing that he play a good team the next game.
Yeah, he is.
Nah, hell nah.
He gonna get a tech.
Shit, that's why his ass was acting so dramatic and shit after that when he got that 15th one. When he got that last one he just got. That's why his ass was acting like that because he know he don't want to get that bitch.
When he play against the T-Wolves, the T-Wolves play very physical, and they do a lot of hand check and slapping.
I just said that, bro. I said if he gonna get the tech, it's gonna be in the Minnesota game, and he gonna jeopardy. He gonna miss the Chicago game because we play Chicago after we play Minnesota. So
we play Minnesota twice. We play Minnesota twice. You said it.
No, I didn't, bro. I didn't say that. I said we play.
Note the schedule.
I said we play the Knicks and then we play the Timberwolves back to back at home. It's not back to back games, but I'm saying we got back to back home games.
You didn't just say T-Wolves back to back, sir?
Man, I just told you what I just said, bro. I said we play the Knicks and the Timberwolves, bro. That shit evident. Everybody know that. You can look at your schedule and see it.
What the fuck is wrong with my phone? Let me see this fucking schedule. Okay, I'm trying.
Phone, man.
Damn, my screen is not. Hold on. What the flying fuck? Why is it making me go through so much shit to get to the fucking games? What the flying fuck? What, I gotta type in the whole fucking thing? Lakers schedule? God damn. Knicks, T-Wolves, Bulls. He might get a tech in the next game. He might get one in the next game. Because the Knicks are also a physical team as well. They play physical as well. He gonna get one. He got a great chance to get one in this game. I'm telling you.
Shit, that man might not get a tech the rest of the day. And I hope that shit don't. I hope that shit don't carry on into the playoffs. I hope that shit just for the regular season. Because if that shit don't reset after the regular season, if you still got 15 going into the playoffs and they do it like that, oh man, I hope that shit. I hope that shit ain't no playoff thing.
After you get to 16 tech, then every 2 techs.
Because if that shit carry on to the playoffs, then that's bullshit.
It's gonna carry over. It's Luka.
You know damn well that shit ain't carry over to no damn playoffs.
When has Luka proved you? When has Luka proved
It don't
he can do it?
it don't got nothing to do with Luca. I'm that this the league we talking
Yeah,
about.
dude. You got
No,
a
it
lot to do
don't,
with
bro.
Luka.
It don't got nothing to do with Luca. This
You
the
can't
league we
trash talk
talking
the
about.
refs, homie. You
This
can't trash talk the refs, homie.
hey,
You just can't do that. You can't show up the referees.
hey,
Luka's
hey,
out here trying to talk.
hey,
He
hey,
talking
hey,
trash to the refs.
hey,
He
this, hey,
arguing
hey, this
calls.
what you on?
We
This
got to
what you,
say facts,
this what you on?
bro. Bro, the facts don't lie, bro.
This what you
Period. The
on,
facts don't
fam?
lie. Luke out here arguing calls, and that's why he got 15 texts. The man got 15 texts for a reason. You don't just get 15 texts for no reason. There's a reason why a guy gets 15 texts. You don't just get that off of just doing nothing. You don't just get 15 texts from doing nothing.
I'm saying this what we on though, fam.
You got to do something to get 15 texts. How do you argue a guy? A guy's got 15 texts. You're trying to sit here and cope with this shit. And then they got
Hey
15
man,
texts for a reason. And he
hey
finna
man,
get the 16th.
hey man, I catch you 3:30 sharp Sunday, bro.
Okay, bet. Hold that tech, nigga. I can run this shit by my damn self. Take your ass to bed, nigga. Over here sucking off Luke and then shit. They got 15 texts trying to cope with that shit. Take your ass on the bed, nigga. Good night.
So,
Well, for one,
if we both have jobs, does it matter what my genitals are? If she has a job and she has a job, and we are in a relationship, do we need these?
protection. Most women. Hold on.
What are you protecting us from?
Most women.
That's what you are.
Most women want children.
That's what you are.
No, a lot
I
of
said
them.
most. I said most.
But
Most women.
Cancer like a 5-year-old kid.
Ladies, I need y'all to like get out of your. Women have a very difficult concept of like understanding that.
let's not pretend the exception to the rule is the exception to the rule. I am not. I'm sure you have multiple women all the time who are the exception to the rule, which means they're not the
Look at Kim
exception.
crying.
They're statistically significant.
Which means they just
We're speaking in
exist.
general. Most women want a family and children. Most women don't want to sit around and have casual sex with men throughout their life. They want a stable man, a family, and children. That's what most women want. Just because you don't want it doesn't necessarily
Kim over here crying and
most
shit.
women don't. Most women do. So you guys are exceptions to the rule. Which means what? There's a small percentage of you, which means you're what? Statistically insignificant. You guys are probably less than 5% of the female population. Most women, if I lined up 100 girls, 95 of them are going to say, I want children and family at some point in my life. I don't want to sit around and not be or be
I
single.
want children and family.
No,
Yeah, no,
oh
I'm
my
saying.
God, I want children.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm having a discussion.
No, but that's the whole point of the debate.
No, I'm sorry. I got a little confused. I was just saying, like, I mean, like, women get sexy for reasons besides men. Reasons exist
So you're sexy for women too. Yeah, but you still gotta get sexy for women. Yeah, regardless.
I feel
And
like
our argument against sexy for women is to compete with those women for men.
I don't want to really compete with my homegirls that I want to fuck.
Years since you left San Antonio. The Spurs win the 2014 NBA championship as Jones connects on three.
I know that people want to see.
Turn that weak ass shit off, cocksucker.
So of course every reaction has a response to that. I was just saying.
You can totally get back on me.
Again, with their small percentage. We're a small minority of the population.
Suck with a cock on mute, nigga.
Given the choice preferred.
Yeah, so it's
That's what I'm trying to say.
I think there is some logic to this though, like because at the end of the day, like the systems of beauty have been determined by what men have placed that they want.
You think so?
I think that.
I highly disagree.
But that's what you were just saying.
No, yeah, but men are the ultimate consumers of female beauty, but beauty now has been warped, and I would argue it's actually women that dictate what's beautiful now. We got fat bitches running around saying, love these curves. Men don't like fat chicks in general. Hell no.
So are they existing for you or for themselves?
What do you mean?
Like, are these fat women, are they existing for you or for themselves when they post? Like, do you think they want? They're doing it for you.
Well, here's the thing, it's attractive, but it's not.
To you, but it might be attractive to someone else.
I know a
because there's
lot of
many-
men that love
Yeah,
thick
there's
women.
many thick women that have.
We're talking thick, we're talking fat.
Fats.
A lot of guys are
We're
like,
talking about fast women.
like
There's a
Lizzo. We're
brunette,
talking about like
let's
Lizzo.
go.
There's a lot of
There's
Sexy.
a lot of men that love fat women.
Yeah.
Different strokes for different folks.
A lot
No,
of big
so
women
you
are in
have, there's a
relationships.
saying that says, men don't fuck who they can,
Yes.
women fuck who they want.
Yes.
Those men that settle for that
Yes.
don't really want that. They just say,
Yes.
oh, you know what, this is all I can get.
Right.
Now, if you get a man Lamborghini, $1 million in the bank,
Right.
or good looks,
Right.
guess where he's going?
Right.
It's harder chicks.
Right.
So I get what you're saying. Some men do enjoy bigger women. However, if they had a choice to choose something different, they would definitely go for something harder. That's all we're saying.
A lot of guys fuck fat girls out of necessity. Not
Yeah,
because of
that's-
want.
Dude, nothing. I had this friend. He was in high school. Where I was in high school,
There we
right?
go.
And he was like super hot.
Mhm.
Like he was like a football player, blah blah blah, right? And like we were like homies.
There
We
we
never
go.
fucked nothing, like, and we were having a genuine conversation. He's like, not for nothing, but like I have a type, and I'm like, what is your type? Like I've never really seen you with a girl. He's like a player. He's just with random girls, but like I never really like met them. And then come to find out, he's like, I love fat girls, and I'm like,
Yeah.
That kind of threw me off just because it's not like the typical like thing that men say, you know?
He
And
told you
but-
that in private, right?
no, he told me this at a party. Like we were around people. He was so proud of it. And I was like, okay, you're a special breed. You are rare amongst fucker like me. You know what I'm saying? Like people are different. And I just
No.
accept different like
You're
like
different.
he's different. But I'm
No,
just
no,
saying, like not
you're
every man I get what you're saying. Because men like, you know, like cheap women or whatever, and they're specific. But they are those people that exist out there that are like obsessed with like dirty feet or fat women or weird shit.
I don't know why you guys keep bringing in like minorities.
Exceptions,
Like,
right.
you guys keep bringing in like weird situations that are
Minorities, I just said stop.
But
No.
those
a majority
fetishes
of
are-
men don't have strange fetishes like that.
Yeah.
A majority of men don't like fat girls. If you took a guy, right? If you lined up 100 dudes and you showed them a very attractive fit woman versus a fat woman that's a cute face, they're probably gonna go for the fit woman. Most guys fuck fat girls out of necessity, not because they want to, it's because that's what they can attract. That's what they can get.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Men
I
don't
think-
have the same ability to, have options like women do.
Yeah.
A lot of guys fuck what they can.
Men, we all have standards. Like, you know, I don't always fuck a 6'4" stallion with a buff like six pack. You know, sometimes it's just a guy that's really funny at a party. And these are not minority instances. These are things that happen every day. And we are all pretty, you know, like good looking people at this table. But the rest of the world doesn't look like us. You know, if you go to fucking, I don't know, like Wisconsin or some shit, like there's not really that many
Here's the thing, the female experience,
Like,
hold on. You're making that
80,000.
great, here's the problem. The male experience is not the same as the female experience. What I mean by that is an average woman has more options than the most attractive men.
Yeah.
And I don't think women can grasp this concept that a man that is in the top 1% of looks doesn't get as many messages as a girl that's average. And we have studies that show this.
But those options aren't real because most of those guys kind of suck and they don't know how to talk to women. Or they're
When you
kinda
have the
or
option,
But you have the
Guys,
options.
we
those
don't
aren't
have a
real
chance.
options, right? Like you seem to get probably better cream of the crop women, right? Is it about quantity or quality?
No,
Men
but
want
the
quantity.
point
Men want
is,
quantity.
the average man doesn't get any options for the most part. If he does get options, you get options. You can filter out. Okay, he's good. He's
Well,
nice.
if
You know.
we're talking about social media, then yeah, like women do have a more active
Yeah.
presence. So of course, most guys' Instagrams are like what 3 pictures.
Even if they
Yeah,
don't have an
right?
active social media presence, they're gonna get more options.
We go outside, we go to the park. It's whatever.
This woman here is a pretty open woman. He just went around the table and all these women got these crazy things. For her, but that is not the normal woman.
Yeah.
I'm Clay Fuller, and I approve this message.
Kind of like talk to a man first, which is why men don't get as many like men don't get reached out to by women. You know, I'm foreign and I may not seem like it, but I'm kind of shy with like kind of reaching out to men sometimes. But that doesn't mean I'm not necessarily attracted. It's because, you know, back in the day I didn't want someone to call me a slut for DMing this guy or be like, oh she's now I don't care. So I will shoot my shot at however many men I feel. But men, you know, are more comfortable shooting their shot to like 50 men. They're more
They have
comfortable.
to.
You have to.
Yeah, but I'm saying like, you know, I would like I like women are just socialized to not really reach out to men because they may not see it as a feminine trait.
But this is what I want to know. This all this feminism shit. It's amazing how y'all always do this feminism, free woman shit until it's something that y'all got to put some work in.
Like
So,
what? Like
so you liberated. You liberated. So reach out first. This is a new age, right?
No, I'm saying I
She
do reach
does,
out.
yeah.
I'm saying at this point in my life, I now reach out to them.
Okay.
No, the point is that, again, you keep repeating everything we say back to yourself, which is the problem here. You are not like most women.
No, you're not.
Most women are not going to reach out.
Right.
Most women are extremely selective. Most women want a guy. They'll be 5 foot average looking, want a man who's 6 foot, $100,000 a year bare minimum. That's what I'm trying to say. Most women, average women, don't want average men. Which is
A lot
why
more
there's such a
girls
huge
with ugly
discrepancy.
boyfriends than hot guys with ugly
But
girls.
remember,
Yeah, I agree.
is your own experience that you're seeing. You're not seeing the general population. We're just saying on number scale of people in this whole world that we have right now, most guys definitely don't have options that you have.
Are you, here's the thing. I don't know if you understand this. Your entire business model, how you make money, is predicated on the fact that men don't get sex. Think about this for a second.
I would say a lot of men.
Hold
have
on,
sex,
no.
and
Actually,
they
they
still
don't.
find-
Hold on, let me answer. This is the thing. 1 in 3 men between 18 to 30 is either a virgin or hasn't had sex in a year. Think about that for a second. Like, I need you guys to really, like, especially for the porn stars here. Your entire industry, if guys were getting laid, fucking chicks, etc., strip club, OnlyFans, porn, etc., would not be needed. Guys would get their needs, sexual needs, from women in real life, but they don't, which is why porn websites were the top 3 websites you search on the internet. Why the porn industry in general is a $1 billion industry. Matter of fact, when it comes to the sex industry, it's one of the few things men spend money on.
Why is 14,000 people watching right now?
Bam. Okay. It's because sex sells. So you could say, oh, well, guys are getting laid, blah, blah, blah. The numbers show that they don't. They're really not. And the whole infrastructure from which you guys make quite a nice living is based on guys not getting laid. Because if they did, I promise y'all, we would not make as much money as you guys make.
So let
I
me
really feel like guys who are getting laid are still watching porn and still paying for it. And like, yeah, that they're not is very much based in streaming. Enjoying porn.
Also, your whole podcast is, your audience is men who possibly aren't getting it. We have the same hustle. We're getting the same dollars.
Well, no,
Not really. Not really at all.
And it was funny, even in that porn convention that we all were at, I saw 2 niggas, right, at the porn convention, like, one corner to jack off. If you're getting laid, you're not doing that shit. So guys, even in our home base, we're not getting laid
Like
either.
in the,
Yeah, that's not, well, the point is that, like, most guys are not getting laid, honestly.
Yeah, somebody it must be.
If they locked all of us on the alley,
Yeah.
there'll be two guys in here fucking, and the rest of the guys in here be looking crazy, horny, holding their dick. I don't think women grasp that. They'll probably fucking hate girls.
What is describing is that a minority of men, let's say there's 100% of men, only a small percentage, maybe 10 to 20% of guys are fucking the majority of the girls.
I think a small majority of them knows that
That's
we're not
right,
fucking,
guys.
but a lot of these women may not be fucking.
Let me rephrase that again. A minority of the men have all the women. In other words, to the victor goes the spoon. Women only see a small percentage of men. Most guys are invisible to most women. So girls, it will be guys that are 6 feet tall, etc. Congratulations, ladies. None of y'all are special. You all want the same thing in men. That's why I love asking these questions, because women really think that they're special, but when it comes down to what you're hardwired to be attracted to, women typically want the same thing. Now, there are exceptions like you guys where you fuck a gnome on the weekend. Yeah. Maybe, yeah. But most women, if I ask them what they want, they describe the same archetype of man. So what I'm saying is that there's not enough of these guys to go around. So what do girls do? They end up sharing. In other words, you have a lot of Eskimo sisters. If you fucking attractive guy, more than likely that guy's fucking a bunch of other girls because he's universally attracted to a lot of women.
The thing that we're not on the island right now.
Yeah, but here's the thing: women have the privilege, right, to not know this, because y'all don't have to understand men to get men. We have to understand women to get women. So we have to know these numbers and traits and everything else to be attracted to women and know that the odds are kind of stacked against us. But for y'all, you just exist and a man comes to you, or in her case, exist. All right.
Well, what about women that aren't very attractive? You're talking about like women that probably get semi-freely. Like, there's a bunch of women who aren't having sex because they're not.
There's no such thing as an involuntary celibate woman. A woman can get laid.
There's a lot of weird ones that I've been analyzing. There are weird.
You know what? I'm gonna say that there's been times in my life when I really, really wanted to be getting laid, and it was not happening.
Hold on.
Even yesterday, I was putting out feelers to get laid, and it wasn't
Hold
happening
on.
in my life.
No, you didn't allow it to happen.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
No, I really wanted it to happen.
Go to any club in Miami. You can go to any club in Miami right now. Go. Someone's gonna still have sex with you back. It's cat. Like
Yeah.
that's what.
Any girl in here.
Any girl in there can get laid, bro. I've seen any girl, and no matter how ugly a girl is, there's someone that will fuck her, bro.
Even your jugger is high.
Something.
I feel like that's more of a discussion on men ruining their standards.
If you want to fuck a
Men
fat
still
girl
fuck
and
the
that's
camera,
not
but-
really your style, and that's what you can get, then yeah, you are lowering your standards, right? If you could only fuck the same type of sexy, bodacious woman, then yeah, you would. Same thing, like, if I could fuck the same hot guy all the time, that'd be awesome. But, we all equally have standards. Like what's the vibe?
See, that's the problem is that you think that men have the same standards you do.
We're not.
Most guys will smash anything they can.
And I'm saying, like, that's on men for lowering their standards to still get a nut off. That's what you just said. Like,
They don't have the capability to have standards.
men
That's
get
what I'm
what
trying
they
to say.
can.
That's what I'm arguing is that men don't have the luxury of being able to have standards in place because sex isn't as abundant to them.
Let me ask you this. Let's say you want to go out there, only play 6 things. You can't get none of those jobs. You just keep going back to those same jobs, but then you lower your price range.
I would, first of all,
Oh,
let's be real.
but I'm talking about bills coming in. So that's cute that you're going to fix the resume, but the
But
bills
having
coming
sex
in.
is not a need like getting my bills paid, right? Like, you could go out to the club and
It's
no,
an
and it's
analogy.
fine. You know?
It's an analogy.
No, I totally get the analogy. Yes, men will fuck something that has a fucking pussy and they'll be happy with it.
If I'm trying the 10s, I can't get none of the 10s, and I go to the 9s, I can't get them 9s, I can't get none of it. It's natural human nature, just keep moving down. That's just how it works.
Is that what you would do?
I have to.
Okay, but what if you were in that situation? What would you do?
I guess I have to. I guess I don't have to. No, I just don't. Be an incel? I guess I don't have to.
You're just gonna lower your standards continuously until you get laid? So if you were in that
Thank
situation,
God I ain't never been in that position. I'll never get the fuck out. Thank you, Lord, for being 6 foot 4.
We just say most guys. Look, I didn't know guys want to bust nuts. 100%. Now, what they can do is get what they can, which means, for example, let's say I want to fuck this woman, right? It's just an example here.
for example, yeah.
But I don't meet her standards. I can't fuck her.
Okay, yeah, right.
Let's say I'm her standards. The point is that, like, we do what we can. That's it. Pretty much.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you guys. Does this make sense for the ladies on the panel? Then
No, women don't grasp it.
like it's
so easy, but they
it
never
is
grasp
so
it.
difficult for so many women to understand that like our experiences dealing with the opposite gender are complete opposites. For the man to get the same abundance as a woman, he's got to work his ass off to even get a fraction of what an average woman gets. Like it's simple. Like you guys work in an industry that literally is built off the backbone of guys not getting laid. Let's flip it around. Are there girls out here paying for porn to watch dudes fuck girls? Not really. If let's say we took all the male consumers out of the porn industry and only left it with female consumers, y'all would be bankrupt in 20 minutes. Women don't pay for porn. Men do.
Yeah, I mean, the exceptions to the rule when we have,
Then what?
a different.
I'm not gonna lie, Myron. I did not know guys was like this too till I became a day coach. I started getting emails.
Yeah.
Before I became that, I had no idea that this thing
Guys
for
are
guys.
something like
I
this.
did not know.
Yeah, they might not know.
Yeah, I didn't even know. You know,
You're saying there's a lot of girls that
There's a lot of, and there's certainly way more men. That's,
Like 90%, right?
I'm not, yeah.
let's say we took all your male clients and only left you with females. You would probably have to get another job, is what I'm trying to argue.
I don't think I would, but I would be making way less money.
You'd probably lose 80% of your revenue.
I would still be fine, ultimately, if I lost that much, but I mean, I would.
Okay, maybe I do because you're in the start. A lot of other girls would have to go get another job, is what I'm trying
Yeah,
to say.
I for sure agree with you.
The porn industry for women doesn't necessarily exist because you guys already get an abundance of men. Why the fuck do I need to jack off or finger myself to do something on the internet when I can go and get this in real life? Men don't have that privilege, is what I'm trying to say. Therefore, they pay for porn and they watch porn.
Once.
Okay, thank you for proving my point even more.
No, he definitely gets pussy, for sure. I just want the experience. I personally want the experience of how it feels to pay for sex.
Like, you do realize what you just said.
I'm
Prove my
not,
point
I'm
even
not,
more, right?
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just having a conversation.
The fact that he had 3 pre-selection, he had a porn star on his arm, and you still had to pay another woman fornication
I
with
didn't
him.
have to.
You
pay.
didn't
I
have
was-
to pay.
It was a
You
gift.
wanted to pay.
I thought it'd be nice.
But yeah, someone said she has too much coming in her head too.
Maybe, bro. I don't know. Okay, we gotta move on. Something earlier.
So we don't put chats there, guys. Like to be the
Yeah, for all 14,000 tuning into the show right now. I said this before, I'm going to say it again. Women don't give a fuck about your problems. They wait at the finish line and pick the winners, guys. And this proves that, like, you guys have seen it on this podcast many times where I've explained this concept that most men are invisible to most women. A lot of y'all think I'm kidding around when I say this shit. Yo, you have no choice but to level up. Watch the show that we did earlier. We talked about you got to get your money up, get in shape, etc. Women don't give a fuck about your problems, guys. Like you see it right here. They didn't even know that. Most of y'all are struggling with girls.
The thing is, why would they even know? Why would they even care?
You don't give a fuck. So there's no choice. You must have a clue in 2022. All right, this is officially ready for tonight's episode from Sophia on down. So, Sophia, right? That's you. Well, you said your name. We never told the show. 7 4 4
8
8
2 5 0 4.
You.
I
Zero.
get a zero.
You're a cheater.
I'm a cheater.
You're a cheater.
Nice.
One good game, he goes $50 in the grabber game, and then chill with 304s. Oh shit.
The junior. Oh, Tuesday.
Yeah. The JR goes. Yo, shout out to FNFM, retired military. Just restarted my fitness journey. Keep throwing these heat rounds. Everything you guys are saying is spot on. Once the stars start, what makes you stop? All day possible. Okay. Well, okay. So for the 4 stars, what will make you leave the job for the industry?
So, as an OnlyFans person, I own all my content.
Okay.
So, even though I may not physically be making porn all of my for the rest of my life, I will still be probably selling it as long as people want to see an Asian girl get fucked. Like that's my video to sell. But I do invest my money in a lot of
No, he's asking like, what would make you stop though? Your age,
probably just
maybe.
boredom. Like as I started doing other things in my life and putting my money and making investments.
Okay.
But right now, I like what I do.
Okay. For you, what would make you leave the industry?
Leveling up to where I actually want to be. It's just like a little game for me.
Okay. What about you?
I will be leaving the industry once I develop enough passive income that what I'm doing is no longer significant in my finances.
Okay. All right. Yeah. What's up, FNF gang? Just wait, no, hold on. You're kind of doing porn too. What would make you leave?
OnlyFans.
What would make me leave is
Age.
no,
Chris,
not
Chris,
age,
Chris.
because I feel like age is just a number. I've met women that are older than me, twice my age, and look better than 20-year-olds. So it's not really age. It's just about how you maintain yourself. What would make me stop would be just like lack of interest. Like I evolved so fast, and just like one day it's just like an epiphany. Like
So
I don't want to do this shit no more.
Nice.
Question for you. Do you think older women really are able to compete with younger women for the same men?
Older women actually, different strokes for different folks. There are people who are interested in younger women and older women. So it doesn't matter how fucking old I get. There was always be someone interested in me. So, and even if there wasn't, I don't give two shits. I'm interested in you. That part.
Come on now.
Okay.
No saving her.
Yeah, I know it's not that. I just
I told you, man.
I don't need saving, honey.
Just for the ladies to kind of know. You know, you have the most negotiating power as a woman to get the man of your dreams when you're young. We can sit here and say, well, there's guys out there.
I don't have a man of my dreams though,
Well,
so
I mean, I'm
that's
saying,
not my goal.
did you notice how at the beginning I said in general ladies?
Yeah, I'm a different.
So I'm not
I
talking
got
too
it.
specifically.
I know you're not.
So please stop interjecting. What I'm trying to say is that in general,
Yes, sir.
men want. Listen, you don't need to be a fucking bitch about it, all right? Like,
You bitch.
like
I'm dead
you're
ass.
interjecting the entire show, being obnoxious, whatever it may be. If I'm trying to make a point or whatever, I don't need the attitude.
No attitude. I'll shut the fuck up.
Thank
I
you.
mean, yeah,
So-
You're welcome.
So,
it's older. Chris. Come on,
you
man.
good? I
Okay.
don't need the attitude. I really
I'm
don't.
not. I'm really dead ass. Like
So-
you're right.
So if you want to be here, just keep it cool. If you want to leave, then
It's
just-
only really on you. Like you guys are great, and I really appreciate. And I want to thank you live.
okay, great.
For having me here.
That's nice. That's
All
nice.
right. So all I'm saying is that as a woman gets older, her ability to compete with women is I mean, that's just a biological fact. When they polled men on this, they asked them, It's guys between 18 all the way up to 60. What age of demographic woman do you want? The guys overwhelmingly want girls between 18 to 25 is the range. That's what a woman is typically going to be.
Even closer to sugar daddies.
You know what I'm saying?
Younger girls, older guys.
Yeah, look at sugar daddies, right?
Okay.
Like that's probably the most, I would say, carnal, show of like the two genders dealing with each other. Yes. A woman is dealing with a man for his resource, and man is dealing with a woman strictly for her beauty. And beauty, a lot of the times, is tied to youth.
Okay.
Can you push back the clock a little? This is hilarious. Okay. So we'll keep going on. Did you have something you want to say back to that?
No, what was your question? Like,
I didn't have a question. I made a statement.
Booking.com has all kinds of sticks because some love a rusted cabin. Others feel differently. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
You're the pilot?
Sure am. Welcome aboard.
This cannot be legal.
Yeah, I've been doing this for a long time and no complaints.
Yeah, not to your face, but deep down, everybody on this plane is thinking exactly like me.
That's not true at all.
Yes, it is. Every passenger on this plane is wondering how he can fly 200 people safely to Miami when he can't even reach the steering wheel. And how can someone who's not even tall enough to ride a roller coaster be allowed to pilot an airplane? Really? I'm the only one bothered by this?
The man is a trained pilot. I'm sure he's more than capable.
Capable? People like him can't even drive a car without special gizmos.
That's incredibly rude.
It's not rude. It's honest.
Man, that's what even have steering wheels. You have nothing to worry about. I may be little, but I'm the safest pilot inside.
I am about to close an important business deal that means everything to me, and I cannot afford to lose it because the airline cares more about wokeness than the actual safety of the passengers. Look at me like that. You all know it's true. I am going to go talk to the airline about this and see if we can get a real pilot.
I'm sorry, Heather. I promise you she doesn't speak for her.
Sadly, When you're my height, you get used to being underestimated.
Well, we have full faith in your abilities.
I appreciate that. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. What is the big problem?
He's the problem. Call yourself an elite airplane when they clearly hired an unqualified pilot.
I don't understand. Captain Allen is one of the very best.
Best at what? Being a charity case?
You must know Captain Allen has won every aviation award.
Your airline knowingly is jeopardizing every passenger on this plane in their lives, okay? It's crazy. We should all sue.
Over 2 decades in the air, I've gotten every one of my passengers safely to their destination. Have my word. I'll get you in Miami on this.
Please, your word, like that means anything to me. I demand you give me a new flight, or else I'll be calling my lawyer.
This is the only flight going to Miami until the end of the day. I can book you for a flight tomorrow.
Tomorrow? No. I need to land in Miami to take for my meeting with Lux.
Lux?
Yes. Lux Beauty Brand is hiring me as their new marketing manager, and it has a 7-figure plus perks salary, and I am not going to lose the opportunity of a lifetime because your airline decided to hire an pilot.
First of all, Captain Allen is not enough. Secondly, there is nothing I can do for you until tomorrow.
First, you throw me in coach when I should be in first class where I belong. Then you force me to risk my life just so your airline can check off their little diversity boxes. That is criminal.
Okay, either shut up and take a seat or come with me to book a flight for tomorrow. The choice is yours.
I can't believe this. If you screw this up, I promise you, I will sue you for everything you've got, little man.
Do our best. Now, please, take your seat.
Great. Put me next to Teresa herself. I didn't know you could stay so calm, knowing that little maniac is in control of our fate.
He seems pretty competent to me.
You are such a liar. This is ridiculous. Hi. Is everything all right here? Yeah, why are we still at the gate? We were supposed to take off 5 minutes ago.
I know, but unfortunately there's a storm over the Rockies, and so our captain is working with the tower right now to chart a new course so that we can avoid the worst of it possible, so we can have a safe and smooth flight.
Sure he is. In reality, we're probably running a delay because our captain has to review the manual on how to fly this thing. We're gonna crash into a mountain.
Okay, that's enough. The man is a professional. He knows what he's doing.
I don't think I asked for your opinion. Why don't you just keep to yourself?
Thanks to the new route I plotted, we should be able to make up the time for you. Flight attendants, take off.
What's he doing up there? Can he fall out of his booster seat?
Okay, that's really not funny.
I am not laughing. My shirt is ruined.
But it's harmless. It happens to every pilot.
Why are you standing up for him so much? You don't even know the man.
I'm a bigot when I hear one.
Oh, I'm the bigot. For what? Wanting a real pilot? Excuse me for wanting to live.
And gentlemen, welcome to Miami. 20 minutes early. Unfortunately,
Just said we have to wait.
Why not? We're at the
okay,
airport.
now please take a seat. We have to wait for it to clear.
Why? Because the captain drove us to the wrong gate. I want to talk to that little charity case.
What seems to be the problem is
You are everyone's problem. First, you flew us into a storm and stained my shirt. Now you got us stuck on the tarmac for what? Because you parked at the wrong terminal?
that's not what happened.
I'm tired of the excuses. Admit that you screwed up.
All you've done since you've been on this plane is insult this man, and all he's done is perform his job with excellence.
Oh, please. Why do you even care so much?
Because my brother is a little person, and I've had to deal with people just like you who underestimate him and belittle him his whole life, and I won't tolerate it.
I appreciate the support. You should know, this airline's #1 pilot for 18 years running. That's a company record. I didn't get that record because people felt sorry for me or I was looking for some good deal. No, I got that record. I love my job. I'm good at it. Which is why you're in Miami 20 minutes early. So instead of insulting me, you should be thanking me.
I am not going to thank you for doing your job. That is what your paycheck is for.
That's a shame. I was really hoping you'd show a little humility or remorse. That way, I wouldn't have to do this.
What? Call the Lollipop Guild and have me blackballed?
No, I'm calling my wife, Claire Lux.
Claire Lux? As in the CEO of Lux Beauty? That's your wife?
For 15 happy years, and when she learns how you behave today, I have a feeling that new job opportunity is going to go poof, vanish. Just like that.
Wait. If I had known that, I never would have said anything. That makes it worse. You know that, right?
Oh, and I've already called the airline to reward you for the kindness you've shown. You'll never have to pay for another flight in this airline again.
Gee.
Hey, honey, I just wanted to give you some new information about the woman you're interviewing today.
Going shopping.
At Aldi, we don't have massive stores that waste your time. So you can shop fast. Whatever that album is. I don't really love horror movies, but I love radio. Come on. You gotta be kidding me. Too much.
Is there a problem, sir?
I can't see you.
Why not?
Look, seems the plan rest, so I'm fresh for it. I can't do that if I'm stuck next to a stinky, screaming baby.
Sir.
Don't concern me, okay? I've been a frequent flyer on this airline for years. I demand a different seat.
I'm sorry. The flight is completely full. There's nothing I can do. Now please take your seat so we can close the cabin door for departure.
You know, you really don't have to worry. She's usually very quiet and she'll probably just sleep through the whole flight.
I seriously doubt that.
Well, if you're really that worried, maybe it would help if we switched seats. If I'm not going to bother you when I get up to use the restroom to change her.
It's not going to happen. I prefer an aisle seat. I get extra money for this, okay? I'm not going to be inconvenienced by someone who's inconsiderate as you.
Inconsiderate?
That's what you call someone who brings a baby on a plane and then tries to skim a better seat.
Just
yeah, we could have taken a train, perhaps a bus, or the car, but oh no, instead you decided to inconvenience all these people with a screaming baby.
That was not my intention.
Well, sure it is. You're selfish. You're inconsiderate.
Okay, get you changed.
What is it? Can't you see I'm trying to sleep?
I'm really sorry. I just need to get out and change her diaper.
It's too bad. Should have thought of that before the flight. Now leave me alone. I'm trying to sleep.
Excuse me, I really need to get out.
It's just gonna happen. Look, you got to wait till we land, okay? Because I'm not gonna move.
You can't do that.
Can you watch me?
Is there a problem over here?
Yes, there's a problem. This woman won't let me sleep.
I asked him politely if he could move. I need to get out and change my baby's diaper.
That's too bad. Sounds like your problem, not mine.
Actually, sir, airline regulations say you have to let her out.
You're fine. Okay. That's what all the world these days. People have no more manners.
Sorry.
For Christ's sakes, what are you doing? You can't do that on a plane.
Do what? I'm just feeding my baby.
You are exposing yourself. I'll sit here and take this. Can you keep that thing quiet?
That thing? You mean my child?
Yeah.
It's all the yelling you're doing that's making her cry.
No, don't blame me for your poor parenting. This is why babies don't belong on planes, am I right? It's very rude.
You're the one that's being rude.
Hardly. I think everyone on board agrees with me.
Sir.
What?
Please calm down.
No, I'm done being calm. This baby's ruining everyone's flight.
You're making a scene.
I'm not making a scene. Look, babies do not belong here. I think that you would know that, or maybe you do know that, but you don't care because you're an insensitive person. I mean, maybe that's why your baby is so loud and nasty and annoying, just like its mother. Like baby, like mother.
How dare you speak to me and my child that way? What, it's okay for you to use the restroom or eat on the plane, but as soon as my baby needs to, it's suddenly the end of the world?
Oh, please, I'm just saying what everyone else is thinking. No one likes sharing a plane with a screaming baby, am I right?
Sir, please calm down.
I am calm. Look, I cannot sit here any longer. I need a different seat.
I already told you, this is a completely full flight. There's no seat that I can move you to.
Well, you better figure something out, because I'm not sitting there anymore.
I would gladly switch seats with him. Thank you. Are you okay? That man has no right to speak with you like that.
Thanks, so we'll be okay.
And I assure you that he does not speak for everyone on this plane.
Whatever you gotta tell yourself.
Don't let him get you.
We're just trying to get home to see my husband. He travels a lot for work, so I thought I'd take my little girl to see Grandma for the weekend while he's gone.
She's absolutely adorable. So what is it your husband does that keeps him away so much?
Luis runs a company called Cardona Electronics. He does IT all over the world, so it keeps him pretty busy.
Wait, did you just say Cardona Electronics?
Yes, I did.
It's Vince Luis Cardona.
Yeah, why? Do you know him?
Wait. What a small world. Hey, you know, if you didn't see that, I don't mind seeing that.
After the big scene you caused?
Oh, no. I was just joking when I said all those things, really.
It didn't sound like you were joking.
No, you're right. I'm sorry that I was rude to you and your baby. I'm having a bad mood, and I took it out on you for no reason. I'd love to make it up to you in a little bundle of joy.
Hold on a second. When you were boarding, you said you had an interview later today?
I do. And the stress of it is probably why I was so grumpy. So once again, I am very sorry.
Who's the interview?
Cardona Electronics, being management.
Now I get it. Yeah, now that you know who my husband is, you're hoping you could just act like everything you said was a joke and hope that I fall for it? So that I won't tell my husband what kind of a person you really are?
No, not about nothing like that.
Unbelievable.
Look, I am a good person.
Don't worry. I'll be sure to tell my husband exactly the type of person you are.
Oh, and I'm very happy with my new seat. I'll be staying right here. Thank you very much.
No, but wait, just one more thing.
No, I think you've said enough.
The schedule is packed with things that they have to do, but with so much to choose from, you'll find something right.
Welcome.
I know this is probably not something you hear often, but I was thinking the leftovers or maybe food that's about to be out. I can't really do it right now. You see some. It's okay. Yeah, just water will be fine. My name's Michael.
And hey, don't worry about it, Michael. Everyone deserves a good meal.
get you something special. It's a really hearty chicken soup with fresh bread and butter on the house.
You know, the last time someone offered me something, I actually you out.
Well, I'm positive. I mean, we're all part of the same community, right? We're just all trying to get by.
This is the only one you can do.
Well, not here. Let me get you some coffee too. It'll warm you right up. It's so cold over here the last few days.
Coffee too? No, that's too much. I don't want to be a burden, really.
You're not a burden. Trust me, it is no trouble at all. We want to take care of our customers, and you're a customer. And honestly, you end up throwing out the food at the end of the day anyway, so it seems like such a waste when someone could use it.
This place. Yes.
Home here.
You're doing a good job of that. Yeah, I appreciate it more than you on this. Look right for you. Right for me.
No, you are smart. Everyone's welcome here. I'm Tammy, by the way.
Michael. It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. You got using napkins and silverware. Make yourself comfortable at any table you like, okay?
Thank you. Really, thank you.
What exactly is going on here? Someone who we can't pay. This isn't a charity. We have real customers.
He asked if we had any leftovers. I offered to deliver his meal myself, but that's it. It's nothing else. I mean, it's really not a big deal.
Well, it absolutely is a big deal. It's about principle, standards. Word gets out that we're handing out free meals, most people will be lining up outside the street. And we're running a business, not a soup kitchen.
He just needs some help. It's cold outside. I mean, the least we can do is offer him a warm meal. It's just one meal.
We give them something once and they'll expect it every time. They'll care about fun.
I don't want to call you and tell I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you for me.
Save the pleasantries. We have a reputation to maintain here, an image. We can't bend the rules for every sad story that walks through that door.
But what about kindness? I mean, what about treating people with dignity? Is there something to be said about that? What would we do if we had issues?
Kindness doesn't pay the bills, Tammy. Kindness doesn't keep the lights on. It's a tough world out there and it's not our job to fix it, all right? We have shareholders. We have motives. So I'm going to need you to leave. Now, you need to focus on real customers, okay? Ones that actually spend money here.
Julia, please, just let him know.
No, that's final, Tammy.
Michael, I'm so sorry. At least let me show you where the restroom is. You can use it before you go. It's just right around the corner, please.
Thank you. Did you just tell him to use the facilities? Are you serious?
It's just a bathroom, Julia. What's the harm?
The harm? The harm is that you don't get it. You make one exception and suddenly everyone thinks the rules don't apply. So the next thing you know, they're setting out camp at our bathrooms. It's bad for business. It's bad for our image. It's bad for everything we're trying to build here. I am the manager. I decide what's an overreaction and what's not.
What is the harm there in showing a little community? If we have the means to help someone in need, shouldn't we? I mean, isn't that what being part of the community means?
You're not seeing the big picture. You never do. It sets a precedent that sets a dangerous one. They'll be lined up outside. Word travels fast with these people. And we have to think about the restaurant trust.
At a cost, you can depend on it. Georgia Power. We're here for citizens. We're here for you.
That's just reality.
Papa Murphy's Triple Pet Pizza is back. For a limited time, get giant, classic, and mini cut pepperonis with that crispy crunch. Made fresh in our kitchen. Baked hot in yours. Just $10.99 at PapaMurphys.com.
New Old Spice Cosmic Quest 24/7 freshness makes me want to be Mario. He has confidence to fly through the galaxy wearing nothing but this. That's Old Spice. Now I smell.
The beach is the only place where they get along. Now imagine them getting along for a week straight. If you book that trip early on Virgo, you could save a
Sorry, I didn't confirm. I was just leaving already.
Why are you still here? Seriously, this is exactly what I'm talking about, Timmy. You give them an inch and they take a mile every single time.
He was just using the bathroom. I mean, that is all. You're making this so much bigger than it has to be.
What are you doing there anyway? Did you take anything? Any soap, paper towels? The people are always taking things.
I didn't take anything. I just washed my hands.
Sure you did.
Excuse me. I couldn't help it over here. Not to say this treatment is completed.
I'm sorry, but this doesn't concern you, sir. This is between me and my staff.
Okay, I've been a regular customer here for years. Okay, for years. And I'm appalled by what I'm witnessing. Absolutely appalled. This man has asked for basic kindness, and you're treating him like a criminal.
You don't understand the full situations. There are policies, procedures.
I understand perfectly. You're showing prejudice against someone because of his circumstances. Okay, because of how he looks. That's what I understand. That's crystal clear.
I didn't take anything, I promise. I wouldn't do that.
Your promise means nothing to me. Nothing. So you know what? This is the last straw. And
UFC 3.
Instructions. Consider this your last day. You're fired, effective immediately.
What? No, you cannot be serious.
Oh, I am dead serious, okay? So clean out your own.
No, she shouldn't be punished for showing kindness. That's not right.
I'll decide what's right in my restaurant.
Hold on. This is discrimination. Okay, plain and simple. This is completely wrong. Tammy was being a good human being. Okay, the kind of person we need more of in this world.
This doesn't concern you, sir. I suggest you stay out of it.
It concerns me as a customer, as a human being, as someone who has to witness this.
You need to leave immediately. Okay, right now, or I'm calling security. And then I'm calling the police.
I'm so sorry. This isn't what we're about. This isn't what this place is supposed to be.
No, it's not your fault. You did what was right. You have nothing to apologize for.
Tammy, finish the day hang out your record. And I'd like your key as well. And you need to leave before I call the police. Don't test me.
I'm taking my business elsewhere. And I'll be contacting corporate about this incident.
Good luck with that. Corporate doesn't care about one thing.
Serious. This kind of treatment is inexcusable. You chose an image over compassion.
I chose reality over fantasy. That's what I choose. I thought I made it clear that you weren't welcome here. Did I stutter? Just because you changed into a blazer doesn't make you any more welcome.
Is that really you? You look completely different. I almost didn't recognize you.
To be honest, Mom.
Now is your last chance on select
You're going to
sleep
tell
number
me
mattresses at 30 to 40% off.
some undercover billionaire. I'm not really in the mood for stories.
Not a millionaire. I'm the CEO of this restaurant chain. I own this place and 37 others.
Right, sure. And I'm the Queen of England.
I can prove it. I can tell you about the upcoming promotional event that hasn't been announced yet. The Valentine's Day special. I know the secret ingredient in our special sauce. It's smoked paprika with a hint of maple syrup. And I know the code to the office safe. It's 7294.
That could be public knowledge. Someone could have told you.
The code to your safe is public knowledge. Really?
Okay, well, maybe you looked over my shoulder. Maybe you were trying to steal.
I can call the regional manager right now, Doug Patterson, or I can pull up quarterly reports that are also only accessible to a handful of people. Would you like to tell me what your performance reviews said last quarter?
I don't know. It's just. How do I know that?
You don't have to believe me.
Just listen. I was once homeless years ago before I built this company. I know what it's like to be
all the more fun. So let's see how well that.
to be less than human. I slept in shelters. I slept on bench parks. I ate out dumpsters. And I remember every person who looked at me with disgust. Every person who treated me like I was nothing.
Well, that's a very touching story, but
It's not a story. It's my life. And when I finally got back on my feet, when I built this company from nothing, I made a promise, a commitment to treat people with respect and dignity and kindness, regardless of their situation. That's the foundation of everything that we do here. And today I was testing whether that commitment was being upheld, whether my managers understood what this company stands for.
I was only doing what I thought was best for the business, for the bottom line.
And in doing so, you showed complete disregard for this company's core values. Everything we stand for. Treating people with respect and kindness isn't an afterthought. It's not optional. It's our foundation. It's who we are.
But the business side
matters when it doesn't compromise our community. You cross that.
And who are you?
Marcus Johnson, by the way, and I witnessed everything that happened earlier, and I'm glad to see accountability, real accountability. What she did wasn't just bad business; it was cool.
Thank you for speaking, Marcus. It takes courage to get involved. Most people look away.
Yeah, well, I couldn't look away from that. My mother raised me better.
Julia, you failed to embody what this company stands for. You showed prejudice. You showed cruelty. You fired someone for having compassion. I have no choice but to let you go. Not just for today's incident, but for your fundamental lack of compassion.
You're serious? You're actually firing me over this?
Your prejudice isn't welcome here. The tribute of people.
Two sides of the fish.
I've been here for 3 years. My performance reviews are flawed.
Your performance reviews don't matter, especially if you've lost sight of our values, and you clearly have.
I was protecting the business, the image. That's my job.
Your job is up.
Stay on mute if you ain't talking, nigga. Can't be playing, can't be coming off me being saying shit. Come off mute, but start a conversation.
Is that bitch not talking? Is Machine Gun Cam not talking? Host Mike.
What?
There he is. How are the Lakers?
Trash.
I could have told you that. You need a new GM. How come Cam ain't hyping him up? Cam's cool. I'm just kidding. What's up, Cam? What's up, Mike? How you guys doing? Hope everyone's surviving.
Yep.
You see Tatum came back today, your buddy?
I was at work, so I didn't catch any of the games.
Yeah, he's back. He's back in black. Well, I guess he's black and it's back in green and white. He's old. And the money line was so good at the end of the third, and they were only down 3, or they're only down 5. The Mavericks got it within 5, and I'm like, fuck. I'm gonna bet on the upset for like a 10-1. And of course, I promptly lost $130. Uh, dude, I should have thrown a grenade. But everyone said, "Hey, Doors." He ain't coming back this year. Everybody said that. And guess who's back? Tatum's back.
I hear you.
Do you hear me? I don't think you do.
Yeah, I'm listening to you and I'm typing something at the same time.
Are you sexting one of your whores?
No, no.
Oh, I so almost got that chopper. Oh, chopper got me, baby. He made me come.
Yep, you're a 5 second jump.
No, the chopper was down like at low altitude. He had just picked up guys or something, and I could have fucking shot him, but I had to reload with my RPG. It would have been the easiest kill in history. Nobody would have missed it. You know, sometimes people say offensive stuff against people with mental illness or not illness, but mental disabilities like Down syndrome. And I grew up with a good family friend from church who had Down syndrome. That kid beat me so bad at some NBA game on PlayStation. I could not believe it. I was like I was a fucking beast. Good old Carl. Mr. Carl. So so if anyone ever goes to say, "Oh fuck, I'm playing like I have Down syndrome at this game or whatever," careful, because that guy played better than I did. To where I didn't even want to play him.
Oh my god.
Shooting that chopper out of the sky is so fucking hard. Oh, I almost hit him. Oh, missed from halfway across the map. Oh, another clear miss. Oh, someone just shot him down and got a double kill. And I missed spawning in the tank. Where's HC? Where's Pix HC? Little Pix. I miss HC.
Ask him.
Maybe next time. How's this? Did you have any good conversations today?
No. No, not one. Cam hopped on here talking about the fucking Lakers. Lakers fucking suck. I hate talking about the Lakers. And
I
that
love Cam.
whole I like Cam
What do you?
too, but the Lakers is not a team like they're not worth talking about. It's just not. They fucking suck. They suck. When they play against the fucking teams like the Pacers, they look good against teams like that. The Pacers, the Kings, teams like that. But when they play against people like Joker and SGA and all that, they look fucking crazy. The Lakers suck. All the Lakers don't got no good. The Lakers might have one good win this entire season. If you go through the entire schedule, the Clippers beating the Clippers, that's nothing. That's not impressive. The Clippers are not a they're not no. I don't even count that. They lost to the Bucks. No, these are all the teams they beat all year.
I should start calling Cam Skinny Black from that movie Hustle and Flow,
The Lakers.
since I think that movie's set
These are
in Georgia.
these are the Lakers wins. They played against the Mavericks. Trash. The Bulls. The Wizards. They lost to the Knicks this year. They beat the Brooklyn Nets. The Sixers without Embiid. Come on, bro.
Cam,
Lakers ain't worth even talking about.
tell that fucker to hop on and talk, or I'll whoop him.
Well, shit, you came on too late because he was talking earlier, and then me and him got into it, so he stepped off.
He's here, I thought.
No, that's not what I'm
He's
talking
on the
about.
video. Oh,
No,
yeah.
that's
You
not what I'm
mean
talking
he's not
about.
gonna? You mean he's not gonna talk? He's just playing his game.
Yeah, he's just gonna play his game because he didn't like what I was saying, and so he got in his feelings. So now he's just gonna play the game, not say nothing. You know how Cam is. Once Cam get in that mode, he just fall away.
Cam was the man, though. I like Cam, even when he acts like a Cam. He's a Cam, dude. Cam does that. He's definitely Cameron Trammell. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. I'm not trying to dox him. I suspect it's just his internet name. Sorry, I should just use first names. Cam's cool. He just loves his Lakers. I can appreciate that. What was he saying about his Lakers, though? What was he freaking out about saying?
No, I mean, it wasn't about what he was saying. It was about what I said about the Lakers. I've been saying the same thing about the Lakers every night. I haven't switched up. A lot of people say the GOAT Mike switches up and all the other shit. I've been saying the same thing every night about the Lakers. He comes on. So what Cam's done the last couple nights, then he'll hop on and then he'll ask me a question about the Lakers, like how I feel about the Lakers. And then when I give him how I feel about the Lakers, he get mad, he go on mute, or he'll play the game in the back, vice versa.
Cam, you yellow bellied snake. He just fucking hopped off. He's probably like, fuck, yeah, I know.
Oh, my fucking arm hurts, man. Hold on. Okay.
Oh. Did Infamous come on today or Texas?
Nope. The only guy to come on is Cam. Cam
The
the
whole
loner.
day? Well, you just got online.
Yeah, I only been on I've been on since midnight. I had to work. I just told you that. I got out of work. I hopped straight on. I hopped straight out of work on the panel.
So you've been on for 4 or 5 hours? 4 hours?
No. I didn't hop on at 12. I hopped on at 1.
Okay. So you've only been
And
on
so
for
I
4
hopped
hours.
on at 1. The first live I did, I fell out because the Wi-Fi was shaky. So I fell out. And when I fell out, it shut everything down. Then I had to restart the line. So I had to go back and restart it again and do it over. Probably about 3 hours, 3.5, give or take.
The Haitian hasn't come on?
I just said, Cam only guy.
You've been having some good conversations over the last couple of days, it looked like. So it hasn't all been bad. It's been positive overall. Got over 100 subs. FYF's been showing up. You've been getting some good workouts in at the gym.
That's it. I ain't got no comment on that. No comment. No comment. I don't want to jinx myself. You in Texas trying to jinx me. I see what y'all doing.
Texas.
You in Texas is trying to, bro. We gotta have a new rule on the panel. Do not bring up. Do not. The new rule on the panel is gonna be. We're not gonna bring up subs, views, likes.
Okay.
None of that, because what that is, it's a jinx. Because I feel like whenever you're just doing something, it's kind of like working out. If I'm just working out consistently and I'm not worried about how much muscle did I gain, then it's easy to keep going. But I feel like if you working out right and you constantly checking like, oh, did I gain any muscle? And you see you ain't gain no muscle, you get discouraged. It's kind of like that with YouTube. Like, I feel like when you're watching the numbers and shit, it can be discouraging. But I feel like when you just work and you're not even looking at the numbers, it's kind of like for me, for example, if you're trying to get a female, if you worried about how many times you got rejected, you're gonna start asking. But if you say, okay, no matter how much I get rejected, I'm gonna keep asking, somebody gonna get you. So it's like that in the YouTube sense. Like, you in Texas keep bringing up numbers, and then it puts Go Mike in the phase like, oh shit, this, that, and the third. So for me, it's like I ain't even trying to worry about what the numbers say. I'm just gonna put the work in. The people gonna either chime in or not. They gonna support or not.
Okay.
Vice versa, but people got to stop bringing up numbers because it's kind of like a psyche. If I go to my bank and I see all zeros, I'm thinking like, God damn, I worked 80 hours, my bank account says zero. But if I only look at the motherfucking bank, you know what I'm saying? I might have
Yeah,
some in there.
yeah, that's fair, bro. I respect
It's a
that.
psyche
I won't bring
thing.
that. I won't bring that shit up in here. My bad.
Yeah, yeah, you're trying to psych good Mike out. They're trying to get me psyched out, man.
Was Texas bringing it up recently or something besides me? Is that why you?
Yo, yeah, way too much. Kept bringing up way too much, bro. And I feel like it's a mind thing now. Cause now my mind is on that. Like because I feel like I should have way more. I should have more everything than what I have. But the reason why I don't want guys to talk about it because I just want to work. I just want to put the work in, and the results gonna come. It either gonna come with it. It's like working out. Like I said, with working out. If you constantly looking in the mirror every time you work out, what's gonna happen? You're gonna get discouraged, and then you're gonna stop working. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a person that's fat, right? Let's say you was 500 pounds. You know what I mean? You constantly watching the scale. What happens? Discouraged. Oh shit! I only lost 1 pound. You know, when I was 450, do you know how I lost that weight? I didn't watch the scale. When I ain't gonna lie. When I first started, I was scale watching, and I was getting discouraged. My granny had took the scale away. She said, "I'm taking the scale. Don't even look at the scale. Just keep working." And the progress came. So it's like that even in the YouTube channel, man. Like Texas got to stop doing that too, man. He just come in here, talk ball. You know what I mean? I'm not. I don't even want to think about the numbers. Even if I had 1 million people in this motherfucker, I don't even want to think about it. Just keep working. That's it. I'm treating it like a workout. I'm coming in here to work out. I ain't even looking at the numbers. I ain't looking if I got one person watching or 50. Just got to keep working. That's life, man. Life, you just got to keep working. You can't worry about what the numbers say. That's like that's kind of like if you shoot 10 jumpers. Are you looking at how many misses you got? Hell no. Keep taking it, motherfucker. Keep pulling it. Keep shooting it. So that's life, man.
That's life. Don't celebrate your wins before you get them.
Even when you get them, don't celebrate them because that's how you get. That's how you psych yourself out. You know what I mean? It's kind of like if I'm at work and I'm talking about how good I'm doing, and I still got. Let's say I'm working a 12-hour shift, and I get excited. I get excited because I'm doing well 2 hours in. I still got a shit ton of more hours to work. So my mindset, no matter how much I get done, I'm not gonna tell myself that I'm doing good. I'm gonna tell myself I'm doing bad as fuck. I'm playing the psyche game. That way I can stay on it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like my damn Packers. Got up 21-3. They start looking at what? The numbers. We got 21, they got 3. And then what happened? We looked at the numbers, got psyched out. The Bears came all the way back and beat us. So that's like that on YouTube. If I come on here and I'm worried about, oh, I'm doing this or that, you know what I mean? I ain't want to think about that because I feel like I should get more than that. I feel like I should be averaging shit 1,000 views, 1,000 likes. I feel like I should have 10K subs, but if that's all I'm looking at, I'm not gonna win. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
you're
win
not
like
focused
that.
on the.
That's the mentality.
You're not staying hungry, and you gotta have a scarcity mindset, and you gotta have a scarcity mindset and stay hungry and stay focused rather than
Yeah, you gotta
thinking
be
you're doing
locked in.
good. Yeah, because otherwise you get cavalier. You don't work as hard. Yeah, you're not locked in, right? You gotta
When
have
the
a
results
scarcity
ain't
mindset.
happening, you can't worry about the results. That's the thing. A lot of people worry about the results, and when the results ain't happening, people get discouraged, or if people get a little results, their head get too big. Like if I get a little bit of results and my head get big like you in Texas, heads get big, that I can get complacent and stop putting in the work. Next thing you know, I'm stuck at 100 subs for fucking 3 years. You know, shit like that. So I didn't want to think about the damn numbers. You know what I mean? I gotta keep working. We got along. This channel's far from where it need to be, but I don't want to think about it. I just want to keep on punching that bag, man. Keep punching that bag over and over. Keep taking that jump shot. Miss a mate. That's the key to success in life, period. Not even just YouTube. Don't worry about the numbers. Don't worry about if you fail or you win. Keep going. That's how I became an MVP in my job. You know, there's times where I fail, but I don't worry. I don't look at that. I don't look at it. Try it again the next day. You fail one day, come back the next day harder. You fail that day, come back even harder the next time. So that's how you gotta look at things, man. Like no matter what, you gotta just keep going. You can't worry about the bad. You look at what you did well and what you did wrong, and you say, hey, look, I'm gonna do this or that. But you can't be fixed on that. You just gotta get in and keep working. You have one bad day at work, go on the next day, give your best, do it again. Eventually, you're gonna take off. That's how I became the MVP, because I don't let things get me. I don't let things get to my head, man. I'm worried about it. If I lose one play, okay, so be it. I get it next time. That's got to be your approach. That's like shooting. You know, that's like talking to. I guess talking to females. You might have a lot of females reject your ass. Tell you no. I got a man. All kind of shit. You keep going. Keep asking motherfuckers. Telling you. That's in anything in life. That's like applying to a job to get you. Let's say you apply to a job, you get rejected. If your mind is stuck on what? Oh, I got rejected. Now you in a psyche game. So now it might take you longer to get a job because you stuck on that one rejection. But if you just say, man, I ain't worried about that rejection. I'm on to the next one. On to the next one. The next one. The next one. Somebody gonna hire you. So that's in anything. It's like playing the lottery. Keep playing the motherfucker. You gonna eventually win. There was a motherfucker at our store fucking won $5 million. Motherfucker came in there every fucking day and played that motherfucker. For a whole year straight, kept playing. Won millions. Kept playing that motherfucker. So that's life, man. You gotta keep going.
The fact that
I can ask out 400 bitches. They all can say no. But I ain't looking at the number. I'm gonna keep going. Somebody gonna get me. That's anything.
Well, I dig that, man. I'm right there with you, Mike. I respect the hell out of you.
Hell yeah. That's gonna be the key to my success. It's just not worrying about it's not worrying about the small stuff, man. Just keep working. Cause that's what happened with this channel. Man, I was at fucking 85 subs for the longest. Once I stopped talking about subs and likes, that's when the sub ran up. You know what I mean? But I feel like once you talk about something, you're gonna have a few haters. And how YouTube works, I'm gonna have a few people probably now. They're probably gonna unsubscribe just to test Goat Mike's mental. Cause that happens on in life. You have people hating. So you in Texas bringing this, all of us bringing this shit up now. Now people gonna be hating, and somebody gonna unsubscribe to be hating and come at Goat Mike. That's why I say I don't like talking about stuff because it's a psychic game. Cause now somebody unsubscribed. Now it's gonna play with my mind. Like damn, I went from where I was to this. You know what I mean? Because every sub you lose or win matters. So for me, it's like if I don't talk about it and I just put in work, I don't even look at the sub button. So I don't know why y'all looking at it. I don't even look at the sub button. I don't look at the views, none of that shit. I don't look at any of that stuff. I just come on, post, come on here, post, come on, post again. I don't even look at none of the numbers. All I'm looking at is when I put my thumbnail, my title, that's it. I don't look at, oh, I got this many views, or I got this many subs. I don't look at none of that. It's all a mental game. That's like you fucking a bitch and she make you come in 5 seconds and you can't worry about that. You gotta keep fucking. Eventually you're gonna go from 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 20. Next thing you know, you fucking the bitch an hour straight. 2 hours straight. You know what I'm saying? You gotta keep coming. The people that win in life, they don't stop. They don't look at the crazy shit. They just keep working. You got people on here that have businesses. You think they got businesses off of just worrying about the numbers, this, that, and the third? No, they kept putting in the work, and it happened. That's life, man. You put in the work, you're gonna win. You're gonna get bitches. You're gonna have money. You just gotta keep working. Like right now, I'm working at Walmart. I ain't making no good money, but I'm gonna keep battling. Eventually, I'm gonna become a millionaire. Now I ain't gonna talk about this every stream, but I'm just saying, like I'm gonna keep working, and something good gonna happen in life. You keep battling, keep fighting. You're gonna win in life. Just keep fighting. Don't worry about what the numbers say. Don't worry about if you got $2 in your bank or $3. Just know you keep working, you're gonna have $1 million in the bank. You're gonna have the bitches around. You're gonna get where you want to get to. Just keep working. You 500 pounds, want to lose weight? Just keep working. That shit gonna shed off. I can go on and on. Like everything is work, man. It's like shooting jumpers. It's like you in practice. You getting up shots. You don't care, miss or make the motherfucker. Keep taking it. That's my issue with a lot of people in life. When they not winning, they just give up. Can't have the mentality. You just got to keep working. I want to stay level headed. I don't want to get too big. I don't want to get too small. I had a little bit of success. Woohoo! I gotta stay at the drawing board. This channel got way more work to do than what y'all saying. Y'all praising like Goat Mike doing something. I ain't did nothing yet. The job not finished. The job ain't finished. I'm gonna get that as my fucking intro. I'm telling y'all. I want that as my fucking intro. Because Doors and Texas over here talking like the job is finished. That's how these guys talking.
Has been on the entire series. Still waiting for a big smile out of you. You're up 2-0. What's the story? Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Instead to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
The job's not finished. Job finished.
You hear that? You hear that? The job ain't finished. So Goat Mike might have had a little bit of success. The job ain't finished. So I'm not happy about where I am as far as subs, likes, and views. Job ain't finished.
Still waiting for a big smile out of you. You're up 2-0.
I gotta keep working, man. The job ain't finished, man.
Remember that.
I got the Clay Bryant mentality. You know what I'm saying?
Jason Tatum mentality.
No, Jason Tatum, no. His mentality was when that nigga shot wasn't going, that nigga stopped shooting. He just gave up altogether. When that shot wasn't going, he just gave up. We don't need that. We don't need that. We need somebody that when no matter what, they're gonna keep going. So I just gotta keep working. I can't listen to you in Texas. I gotta just keep working hard. The job ain't finished, man. You heard what the Black Mamba said. The Black Mamba always taught the Goat Mike. Job ain't finished.
Still waiting for a big smile out of you. You're up 2-0. What's the story? Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Y'all probably asking me, Goat Mike, are you happy? Goat Mike, are you happy?
waiting for a big smile out of you. You're up 2-0. What's the story?
What am I gonna smile for? What am I gonna smile for? Why should I be happy? The job ain't finished.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Instead to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job's
Y'all got that LeBron mentality. You see, here's the thing, Doors. You in Texas, y'all have that LeBron mentality. Y'all see a little bit of success, your eyes get big. My mentality is like Kobe. I can have a little success, and I still want more. I can have 30 bitches, and I still want more. I can have $1 million in the bank. I still want more. See, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got the LeBron mentality. I got that Clay Bryant mentality. I'm trying to lock niggas up. I'm trying to get big with it. I'm trying to turn up. Y'all trying to turn down. Y'all selling for the average bitch. I want the bad bitch. Y'all want the bitch with no ass. That's how y'all talking. Because right now, I would say my channel is the bitch with no ass. I don't want that. I want the bitch with ass. She ain't gotta have tits, but she gotta have ass. You know what I'm saying? Right now, all she got is a pretty face. The ass ain't there. The thighs ain't there. It's gonna take time. Mm-hmm. My freaking leg is killing me, man. But it's all good. Mm-hmm. Doris the kind of nigga. If he got 500 in the bank, he happy. I guarantee Doris be happy with that in the bank.
You caught me.
500 in the bank, Doris be happy. That's how that's how you in Texas talk. You in Texas kind of niggas. Y'all talk like niggas that be happy with 500 in the bank. That's how y'all talking. Uncle Mike got 100 subs. That ain't shit. Y'all think 100 subs is something? 100 subs is $100. I basically got $100 in the bank. That ain't shit. I can't do shit with $100 in today's society. I can't go to the club with that. That ain't shit. That $100 be gone quick as fuck in the club. Can't go to the bar with that. I can't take a bitch out on a date with that. You go on a date, you spending easily $200, $300, $400. I can't even do that. Shoot, as soon as I get the drinks, shit, that's the whole 100 right there. I'm just saying, Doris. I only got 100 in the bank. What am I gonna do with that? Nothing. Can't do shit with that. I can't even buy groceries with that. My grocery bill's worth more than that.
Hello and welcome back to the video for my vlogs. Little vlog channel, I don't really know. So in this video, I just wanted to go through. I thought I'd show you a week of workouts. So what my usual week looks like. This is just how I've been training for the than having a quad day, because I think it would just you know what? I'll take 9. I feel like 9's not too bad. I feel it. 2 sets in, we get shoulder pump going. That's always nice. cute is this hoodie. I like this. It's a bit longer, so it kind of like you can have your hands covered, and then it's not like, in the way. And they do the same thing on the bottom, so it folds over them nice. Oh, it just looks quite cool. But it's really cozy. But now that I've got one, I think I need them in every colour. This is a dangerous game. So to find if you want to sponsor me, that would be great.
Your inspiration, share infinity. All is limitless. Like a relentless wind, knowledge of severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back.
Somebody needs to set your mind straight. Bring this white boy home. Where are your values? Sir, please, I just wanted to talk. I spent 50 years keeping folks like you out of my home. You think I'm gonna let you take away my daughter? No, my life back. My own life with my pops. No, where this is right now. Girl, don't you dare off me. You shut up, please. This isn't right. Get out of this, Camille. You know we can't trust this guy. Your daughter loves me. She's chosen me in Elijah. Why are you giving me a chance? This is about I just wanted a chance. Why can't we just talk? Like, you want to talk? I'll tell you why we can't talk. This is my father, Isaac Rivera. His best friend, a white man like you, smiling like you, stole everything we built with an ink pen and a handshake. Is that what you want? Something like that coming into my home? Julian is not like that at all. He is not going to steal anything from you. In fact, then you're lying. Exactly the way they want you. And I don't have a place in my home for a daughter that blind. No, Dad, just let me. Spaghetti. I'm done. I'm done, baby. No, let's go right now.
especially because I'm not going to door anyone lives to see me made a mistake. Because that wasn't me. That wasn't my dad. I just so hard to watch.
I'm so sorry. I wish you were too. Look at these hippies. Another innocent black man put behind bars. They're coming with smiling faces and clipboards. Come here. It's the 90s all over again.
We're breaking our family. We'll miss all of the big moments in your life. Emotions, dizzy, I'm tired all the time.
Why didn't you tell me sooner? It's possible. Hey, boy, you is just a new model of the same predatory machine. Nice suit, soft voice, the same thing. And now he's got my mom as well as you. To watch this.
This is the best news ever. Yes.
Just make yourself
It's over. The boy voted this morning. They're calling our community center AA. Rents, bulldozers in 90 days. Tear the place down. But they want to build some modern business center. Something that rich workforce can move into. And then just history. Not politics. We built it. This doesn't look like progress. This is an end. It's true. Maybe not end. But I'm we're going to let them touch one brick.
get hydrated, decline, smell, and look. Keep slowly.
Comes back. This is south of the spreader. That area. So good for you. You'll go 60 this next week. And nothing big. It's just small, intimate gathering. I promise you. You're gonna be especially after the weekend. I just think it's really good time. Just trying to fix it. Anything to celebrate with.
I've been following the Christmas themed posts about a new store. Okay? Every week, every video, I've been calling for this store to go lights for a long time. People have seen this home in 3 days. This seat is your opportunity to set up a historical landmark status. It is now legally untouchable. They can't presume it. They can't buy it. They can't demolish a single brick. Impossible. I didn't come to take away your legacy. I came to help you keep it. You know what I mean?
Is it really?
No problem. I'm so sorry. You're a stranger. You're my own child.
Early? TV, we know that what's in your food, Matt. You switch? You switch. I could probably do it next. No, like actually, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I guess you have to try.
So like, no, if I bought
Yeah, but you don't. Do you feel the contraction? Like you feel your voice? Because if you don't, like it's your touch. Oh no, you're going all the way down. No, you're not. Your phone is down. Okay, go there. Yeah. When we add weight, you're gonna be like. But honestly, probably biceps and chest. That's your two weakest ones.
No, actually, that's not too strong.
Oh, really? Oh, I'll know. Sorry. Sitting down. So you can say after the workout. I don't think so. No.
You want drinking beer? I can call him over. Well, actually, Mitch knows all the drink songs. So we have 3 plates on the bar. This is my own time to yard. If I hit this, okay? 20 more for the date.
5 plus 5 plus 5 plus. I have to get 5. Should we cut her?
Yeah. I don't know. That's cheating. What you said.
No.
I normally go up to like 120. I don't know.
Because you're keeping that constant.
Oh.
Okay. Oh yeah. So pretend there's like a rubber back on your foot. And usually you stop like right below your knees.
How wide do you keep your feet? Like just shoulder width?
Yeah.
Doing like that. Okay, so we're going up. I was going up. You think the 55? I was $75. they like. No, no. Let's just go to the. I say you guys. I don't want to do. I can't. I just want to. Guys, you really want to finish the life the ball.
gotta do something.
Take your food from blah to bold. It's not mayo, it's Miracle Whip.
All right, guys. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the costume. Yeah. So guys, come on over rumble.com/pushfit. Come on over. We're gonna get off YouTube right now, and we're gonna get off of. Should we get off X? Yeah, let's push everybody to Rumble. Come on, rumble.com/pushfit. Come on over, guys. Come on over. And then we're gonna do the costume thing, and then we're gonna do ladies' question wrap up. So come on over, guys. Almost done, ladies. Let's see ya. Do the costume time.
Papa Murphy's Triple Pet Pizza is back. For a limited time, giant, classic, mini cut pepperonis with that crispy crust, made fresh in our kitchen, baked hot in yours. Order now.
Hey everyone, Cetaphil's new hydrating and firming skin activator creams. Firmer looking skin in just 4 weeks. 48 hours of hydration.
I had been driving through that rural stretch of Arizona for about 3 hours when my headlights hit a man lying in the middle of the road. I'm 48 years old and have been hauling cargo for over 2 decades in the Southwest, so my first impulse was to brake hard and assess the situation. He was lying on his back, arms outstretched, his shirt soaked in red as if he'd been run over minutes before. The truck responded heavily. I felt the load pushing from behind as I downshifted, but there was no car accident, no flashing lights on the shoulder, no recent marks in the dry dirt. The red seemed too vivid against the old dust of the road, and I didn't hear any cries for help, no sound other than the engine idling. I let the truck roll slowly without turning it off, because even before understanding why, I already felt that something wasn't right. I had left Flagstaff in the early evening, hauling this dry cargo to a smaller warehouse near Yuma. Nothing sensitive, nothing requiring escort or refrigeration, just a tight deadline and a long road ahead. I chose to cut through a rural route to avoid roadworks on the interstate, a common occurrence when you already know the shortcuts in the region. The weather was dry, the sky clear, a weak moon illuminating the desert just enough to outline. It was the kind of stretch where you can go 20-30 minutes without seeing a single pair of headlights coming from the opposite direction. And precisely because it's so empty, anything out of the ordinary catches your attention. The truck was in excellent condition that night. Tires properly inflated, brakes responding smoothly, dashboard light clear. I had done a full inspection before leaving, as I always do when driving on isolated stretches. The dirt road was firm, without deep potholes, just that thin layer of dust that rises behind the trailer and disappears quickly in the dark. The CB radio was practically silent, just a distant hiss now and then, nothing to indicate nearby convoy movement. My tank was more than half full, so there was no reason to stop until reaching the next illuminated point. It was supposed to be a simple, predictable, almost automatic stretch. I don't usually speed on rural roads, especially with a full load, so I was driving steadily, maintaining a safe margin. Traffic in that area is rare after 10 o'clock at night, basically local farmers or other truckers trying to save time. What you see most are animals crossing, coyotes, sometimes loose cattle, and we've learned to identify the different reflection of their eyes in the headlights. When I saw that human shape on the ground, it didn't look like a run-over animal. It didn't look like a garbage bag. It looked like a person. But the rest of the story surrounding the scene was missing. As I slowed down, I began to pay closer attention to the body's position and its surroundings. There was no fresh dust raised around it, as if no vehicle had stopped there minutes before. The road had a slight incline, and yet the red liquid wasn't running down as I would expect to see in a real accident. The shirt was heavily stained in the center, but the ground around it wasn't to the same extent. These were small details, things you notice when you've seen a real accident over the years, and it was too clean to be recent. I was still a few meters away from him when I thought about taking out my cell phone and calling 911, but I hesitated for a second. The area there has unstable signal. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and I didn't want to stop completely without understanding the situation. My high beams only illuminated him and a piece of the road, while the sides remained plunged into absolute darkness. That's when I noticed something else that bothered me. There was no different smell in the air, neither of fuel nor of burning rubber, and that began to weigh more than the body in the middle of the road. I kept the truck in low first gear, letting it move slowly while I assessed whether to slam on the brakes or turn onto the dirt shoulder. That's when I saw something small next to his right arm, almost hidden in the dust. It looked like a cell phone, screen facing upwards, reflecting the light from my headlights in a strange way. I thought maybe he had tried to call for help and dropped it. At the same time, the object's position seemed too neat, as if it had been placed there to be seen. Logic dictated that I stop and check, because if it were real, I couldn't simply continue driving. My instinct was pulling me in another direction, and that's unusual for me. I've stopped to help drivers with flat tires. I've signaled accidents until the police arrived, so it's not fear of stopping. The problem was that nothing there was completely closed off. My body wouldn't move. My cell phone wouldn't vibrate, and the silence was too heavy, even for a rural road. I moved a few more meters and aligned the truck so that the left headlight would be the surroundings. The light opened up the side of the road a little more, revealing a low wire fence and sparse vegetation behind. There was no car hidden directly behind the body, at least not within the direct range of the light. The darkness began just beyond the illuminated circle, and I couldn't see beyond the first row of bushes. It was at that moment that something changed in his posture. It wasn't a clear movement. It wasn't lifting or turning my body. It was just a different tension in the position of my shoulder. Too small for someone passing by quickly to notice, but visible to someone almost stopped and observing. The arm that seemed relaxed and loose was now slightly bent, as if supporting part of the weight, and the red on my shirt hadn't spread even an inch since I'd arrived. My foot left the brake before I could even make a conscious decision. I thought about reversing and driving away in reverse until I had enough space to maneuver better, but on that kind of narrow road, that would also leave me exposed. The trailer behind me created too large a blind spot if someone decided to come from the side. The cell phone on the ground remained there still, screen now off as if it had never been used. And in that second I understood that stopping completely meant getting out of the cab. And getting out of the cab there would be exactly what someone expected me to do. As I began to slowly accelerate to turn left, the body ceased to be a body. It turned sideways in a movement too quick for someone injured and leaned on its knee as if waiting for the right moment. At the same time, 2 points of light came on further ahead, hidden behind the slight curve of the road. Low beams that hadn't been there seconds before. I felt the weight of the truck respond to the accelerator and heard a dry noise coming from the right side as if someone had hit the trailer's bodywork. That ceased to be a doubt at that instant. I didn't stop to look in the rearview mirror for long, but it was enough to see a shadow running along the edge of the road. The man who had been on the ground was already standing, and the red on his shirt wasn't running, wasn't dripping, wasn't doing anything but staining the fabric. The headlights ahead began to move, narrowing the angle of the road a little more, as if trying to block my path without getting too close. There was no cry for help, no desperate gesture, just movement too coordinated to be a coincidence. I steered the truck into the center of the lane and accelerated firmly, feeling the engine respond heavily with the full load. The vehicle in front moved forward slightly, but not enough to completely block the road, perhaps expecting me to hesitate or brake. In the rearview mirror, I saw the man run to the side and disappear into the darkness, while another figure emerged from behind the low fence. It wasn't a long chase, just seconds too tense to measure, but enough for me to understand that they had miscalculated my reaction. Even before I reached the straightest part of the road, I heard a sharp crack coming from behind, followed by a different vibration in the steering wheel. It didn't sound like a tire bursting, it didn't have that loud explosion sound, but the steering became slightly unstable for a few seconds. In the rearview mirror, I saw something small rolling across the road, as if it had been thrown there at the last moment. I didn't stop to identify what it was. I just kept the truck steady, because slowing down there would mean surrendering control of the situation. The headlights ahead appeared smaller in the mirror, as if they had given up trying to completely block the road. Even so, I could still see lateral movement at the edge of the road, shadows following the truck for a few meters before disappearing. The assembly shook again, this time more briefly, and the dashboard didn't indicate any immediate fault. What began as a scene of supposed distress was now directly affecting the safety of my own vehicle. I was already committed to the decision not to stop, but the consequences began right there, before any clear conclusion. The truck wasn't running exactly as it had minutes before, and I knew that any hidden damage could become a problem later on. There was no going back, no slowing down to check, and there was no pretending it had just been a scare. As I accelerated towards the paved stretch a few kilometers ahead, I realized that the trap had been designed to get me out of the cab, not to prevent me from passing. When I finally reached the paved and illuminated stretch closest to the main highway, I pulled over to a 24-hour gas station to check the truck. I got out, my legs still heavy, flashlight in hand, and found 2 of the trailer's tires with clean cuts on the sidewall. Nothing explosive, but enough to compromise the trip if I had driven a few more kilometers. They weren't tears from natural wear and tear. They were precise incisions, probably made by some object thrown onto the road. That's when I understood the sharp crack I had heard while passing the makeshift roadblock. I had to call for roadside assistance, wait for a tow truck, and report the incident to the company, explaining that there had been no collision or spontaneous mechanical failure. The shipment was delayed, the next day's schedule was hastily redone, and I had to file a police report at the nearest station, even knowing that it would be difficult to locate anyone in that area. The police listened, took notes, but made it clear that such cases happen too quickly to warrant an arrest. Operationally, the loss was manageable, but it could have been much worse if I had stopped completely. I returned to the road the following morning, but it wasn't the same. Each empty rural stretch took on a different weight. Every strange object on the road seemed too suspicious. It wasn't just about slashed tires or delayed deliveries. It was about the feeling of having been studied for a few seconds while I considered whether to stop. I kept driving, of course, because it's my job, but that kind of scenery ceased to be just an isolated landscape. Some colleagues later asked if I was sure it was a setup, because nobody saw the car, nobody had the license plate, nobody was arrested. I answered in the simplest way possible, describing what I saw and what I heard, without adding anything beyond what was necessary. The red on the shirt didn't run, the body got up too quickly, and tires don't cut themselves in a straight line from both sides. I don't need more than that to understand what they tried to do on that road. I continued driving on rural roads after that day, including in Arizona again, but not in the same way. Today, when I see anything blocking the road at night, my reaction is no longer to brake first, but to assess the distance, angle, and escape route. This changes how you perceive someone seemingly asking for help in the car. It's not pride, it's not coldness, it's an adjustment after being placed in a situation designed to get me out of the cab. The truck was repaired, the cargo delivered, the report filed as just another incident with no suspects identified. For the company, it was a delay in maintenance costs, nothing more. For me, the vivid memory remains of how heavy the silence of that road felt, even before any movement occurred. Since then, I never look at a body on the road simply as an automatic victim. If that first story gave you the chills, please hit the like button. It's the best way to let YouTube know these stories are worth sharing with more fellow travelers. Also, drop a comment below. Have you ever seen something you couldn't explain on a lonely stretch of highway?
At ATV, we're committed to helping Texans live well. That's why we offer over 5,000 organic foods and vegetables and more, including our own ATV organic products at everyday low prices. ATV, here, everything's better.
Do you have an emergency?
I have a 15-year-old daughter who the truth is gruesomely horrific.
How could you do this to someone?
It's not get Disney Plus and Hulu for just $4.99 a month for 3 months.
When it comes time to leave a business, you've got the day under control. And still you don't. That's why we're here to help you reset, restart, and get on with your day. Power College. Life happens. Let it.
When the dock crew opened the trailer doors, I was still finishing getting out of the cab. The seal was on the parking space. I had checked it myself before parking, so there was no reason to worry. But as soon as the door went up, it was clear that the front pallets were too misaligned to be just road impact. I didn't say anything at the time, I just watched, trying to remember if I had taken any sharp turns during the night. The supervisor stepped inside, stood there looking, and then called me by name in a tone different from usual. That's when the feeling began that I had brought something more than just cargo, even without being able to explain what. I had left a smaller distribution center near Bowling Green in the early evening, carrying regular dry cargo, nothing of high declared value. It was stationery and office supplies, all palletized and wrapped in plastic film, still sealed according to company standards. The metal seal was placed in front of me by the shift worker, and I wrote down the number on the stub myself before leaving the yard. There were no stops off route, no unexpected detours, just a quick refueling stop in a well-lit area of the interstate. It was too smooth a trip to end like that. The route to the other point in Kentucky had no critical sections, just a state highway, and then a small industrial access road. I maintained a steady speed all night, without hard braking or detours due to roadworks or accidents. I didn't encounter rain, strong crosswinds, and the suspension showed no signs of unusual overload. When the load really moves, you feel it in the cabin. The weight changes, the axle reacts differently. On this trip, I didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. The radio was practically silent the entire way, with only one or two truckers commenting on police checkpoints further ahead. There were no warnings about cargo theft in that area, at least nothing that came through the open channel. I made the mandatory stop inside a large, well-lit gas station with visible cameras at the entrance and exit. I was only out of the cab for a short time, just enough to use the bathroom and get coffee. I didn't notice anyone approaching the trailer during that time. When I got back on the road after the stop, I checked the seal with my flashlight as I always do. It was secure, without any recent scratches, no sign of tampering or replacement. The number matched what was noted on my travel log. I even ran my hand over it to feel if there were any seams or unusual marks on the metal. I found nothing, and that's exactly what worried me most afterward. I arrived at the destination yard early in the morning, the sky still somewhat gray and activity starting to pick up in the yard. I checked in, waited for dock clearance, and lined up the truck without difficulty. Everything seemed like a normal unloading routine, with no strange comments from the gate or receiving team. If there had been any prior warning about the cargo, I would have been notified right there. But nobody said anything until the door went up. When the supervisor called me over to take a closer look, I climbed onto the back of the trailer with him and stood there for a few seconds just observing. The first two pallets were misaligned, but it wasn't enough to justify the uneven space at the back of the aisle. The row that should have gone straight to the front door seemed interrupted sooner than expected. I tried to mentally reconstruct how I had seen the load during loading, but the image wasn't entirely clear. Even so, it didn't look like a simple roadside arrangement. I went a little further into the trailer and noticed that the plastic film on one of the pallets was torn on the right side. It wasn't a tear from an impact against another item. It was a cleaner, almost vertical cut, and the plastic was folded inwards. When cargo shifts, the damage is usually uneven and spread out, not concentrated like that. I ran my hand over it to feel if it was recent, and if the plastic still had a different tension than the rest. The supervisor remained quiet, just watching my movements without saying anything. As the employees began counting the boxes, I noticed something else that didn't add up. Some packages further back had adhesive tape that was different from the original factory tape, slightly lighter shade and a straighter cut. It wasn't something anyone would notice immediately, but those who work in inventory control learn to spot these small variations. I felt a pang in my stomach because the outer seal was intact. If someone had tampered with it, it hadn't been through the main door. There I had to decide how to position myself before the situation escalated. I could have immediately started defending myself, stating that everything went perfectly with the boarding, but that would only create tension prematurely. I preferred to maintain a calm demeanor and let the official count indicate what was missing. I knew that any exaggerated reaction could sound like premature guilt. At the same time, remaining completely passive also seemed strange. While we waited for the partial report, my mind began to replay every minute of the trip. The stop at the illuminated gas station, the time outside the cab, the moment I checked the seal before continuing. I hadn't heard any unusual noises. I hadn't felt any change in the weight of the load. I hadn't noticed anyone circling around the trailer. And yet, looking at that ransacked interior with the intact seal in my hand, I knew something had happened outside my field of vision. The official count took longer than usual, and that already started to change the atmosphere at the dock. 2 employees came in with clipboards, left, returned with a printed list, and began comparing code by code. The supervisor spoke quietly on the phone, turning his body slightly so I couldn't hear everything. I remained there near the back of the trailer, trying to maintain a neutral expression while observing the activity. The more time passed, the less it seemed like a simple mishap. At one point, one of the guys called the supervisor and pointed to the back of the trailer near the front wall. I couldn't hear the whole sentence, but I caught the word missing being said more than once. The supervisor came back to me with a folded piece of paper in his hand and asked if I had made any unrecorded stops during the night. The question was polite, but too direct to be casual. I replied that no, I had followed my normal route and only stopped in well-lit places with a visible camera. He nodded, but didn't seem convinced. What started to bother me was realizing that no one was commenting on the broken seal. It was as if everyone was trying to understand what was missing before questioning how it happened. The seal was still attached to the door, with no sign of cutting or replacement, and that made the situation stranger than a simple break-in. If someone had forced entry, the damage would be there for everyone to see. But inside, there were boxes that had been opened and closed again, as if someone had taken the time and patience to choose what to tamper with. As the inventory progressed, I noticed that some boxes were slightly lighter when one of the employees repositioned them. He commented on it quietly, almost as a technical observation, but loud enough for me to hear. This indicated that it wasn't just displacement, it was selective removal of contents. And yet, no visible markings on the outside of the trailer explained the access. The feeling of being in the middle of something that didn't make sense began to grow. I began to mentally replay the moment I stopped at the gas station, remembering that I had only been away from the cabin for a few minutes. The parking lot was spacious but not completely full, and there were cameras on the light poles. Even so, I didn't remember seeing anyone circling near my trailer. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that if someone had entered, they had done so in a way that was too planned to be opportunistic. The confirmation came almost without ceremony. Some specific units were missing, not entire boxes, but items removed from inside and the packaging resealed. This meant that someone not only entered the trailer, but knew exactly what to look for. The supervisor took a deep breath before showing me the discrepancy in the report, and at that moment I realized the problem had gone beyond a simple cargo discrepancy. The consequences began there, before any direct accusation. No one raised their voice, no one pointed a finger, but the atmosphere changed. I began to be observed more closely than before, as if every word I said could weigh on the outcome of the internal investigation. The intact seal became a central piece of the conversation because it eliminated the most obvious explanation. If there was no external breach, then the access must have happened at some invisible point in the process, and I was the most obvious link between origin and destination. I could have pressed for an immediate review of the cameras, demanded a technical analysis of the seal, or even requested police presence at that moment, but I chose to avoid direct confrontation in the yard. I knew that any more aggressive reaction could worsen the perception of me. I stood there answering their questions and awaiting further instructions, while the feeling that something had been done behind my back became difficult to ignore. The company opened an internal report and requested an analysis of the footage from the gas station where I had stopped, as well as the cameras from the original parking yard. I had to write a detailed description of the route, the exact times of each stop, and the time spent outside the cab. Operationally, I was cleared to continue driving, but with stricter monitoring on subsequent trips. There was no formal accusation against me, but the trust wasn't quite at the same level as before, and that weighs more than any written warning. The loss was absorbed as a partial cargo loss without external fanfare, but internally, it became a recurring topic of conversation in logistics meetings. Whenever a discrepancy arose in another shipment, my name was mentioned in connection with the previous case, even without concrete proof of my fault. I continued working normally, meeting deadlines and routes, but now each shipment and each inspection had to be done with extra care. The seal may remain intact, but the peace of mind is no longer the same. I still drive through Kentucky frequently, passing by that same illuminated checkpoint and the industrial access road where I made the delivery. From the outside, nothing has changed. The yard is still operating, the ships are still rotating, the seals are still being placed in front of me as always. But now I observe my surroundings more closely, before getting out of the cab and take a few extra seconds checking details that I previously accepted as automatic routine. It's not overt paranoia. It's a kind of quiet attention that remained after that day. To this day, no one has told me exactly how the cargo was accessed with the seal intact. The company treated it as an isolated incident and moved on, but I never received a definitive technical explanation. What remained was the feeling that something entered and exited my trailer without leaving an external mark, and that's hard to accept when you live with the responsibility for what you transport. Since then, when I see a perfectly gleaming seal on the door, I no longer feel immediate relief. I was stopped waiting for a spot at an urban loading dock in Michigan when I heard the first metallic clunk behind me. It wasn't the sound of cargo shifting. It was that short, metallic on metal sound, like when someone tests a hitch before pulling. I know the sound of my own fifth wheel well, and it didn't sound like a normal adjustment. I looked in the side mirror, expecting to see some yard worker maneuvering too close, but there was no one wearing a reflective vest there. The truck hadn't swayed like it does when someone actually couples another tractor unit, but the sound repeated itself a second time. That's when I felt that uneasy feeling rise up before I even understood what was happening. I had arrived too early for the unloading time, and was instructed to wait in a side area of the industrial complex. It was an urban area of Michigan, large warehouses, trucks constantly coming and going. But at that specific point, I was somewhat isolated from the main activity. The cargo was light electronics, palletized, nothing flashy on the outside, but with enough added value to attract the wrong kind of attention. The seal was intact, the documentation checked at the gate, everything within normal protocol. It was supposed to be just another ordinary wait before lining up at the dock. The parking lot wasn't empty, but it wasn't crowded either. There were a few trucks parked further ahead, engines off, drivers probably resting inside the cab. I kept my engine running because the space could become available at any moment. The side street behind me had occasional traffic of small vehicles, employees coming and going. Nothing that seemed out of the ordinary at first glance, except that this area didn't have as many visible cameras as the main entrance. I usually pay attention to my surroundings even when I'm stopped, especially in urban areas. I've seen colleagues lose cargo while distracted by paperwork, but I hadn't gotten off there yet. I was just waiting for instructions over the radio from the yard. When I heard that metallic click for the second time, I didn't feel the full coupling jolt, but I felt a slight different pressure in the assembly. Too small to be an official maneuver, but noticeable to someone who's been sitting there for years. I quickly checked the dashboard to make sure the trailer brake was actually engaged. It was. The parking brake pin also remained pulled, as I had left it when I stopped. This meant that no one should have been trying to tamper with the hitch at that moment. Even so, the sound had been clear, and it wasn't coming from inside the cargo area. I stood motionless for a few seconds, trying to decide if I was overreacting or if I needed to get out of the cab immediately. What really bothered me was realizing I hadn't seen any new horse approaching in the rearview mirror. If someone had been trying to attach another trailer to my horse, I would have noticed more movement. But if it were the other way around, someone trying to pull my trailer with another horse, the blind spot could obscure part of the maneuver for a few seconds. And it was this possibility that made me reach for the door handle before I could even think properly. I carefully opened the door and got out of the cab, trying to act as if I were just doing a normal routine check. I didn't want to show that I had noticed anything specific, because sometimes simply showing attention changes the behavior of someone trying to do something wrong. I walked around the left side of the truck first, keeping enough distance to observe the fifth wheel without exposing myself too much. The asphalt was clean, no tools were scattered on the ground, no obvious sign of tampering. Even so, I felt that the position of the assembly wasn't exactly as I had left it. When I stopped next to the tow hitch, I noticed that the locking lever had been partially moved. It wasn't completely loose, but it also wasn't as firm as before. This kind of detail doesn't stand out to someone who doesn't work with this every day. But to me, it was clear that someone had tested the mechanism. I myself had pulled that lock forcefully when parking. That slight difference in position doesn't happen on its own. I then looked further ahead and saw a white horse standing a few meters ahead, lined up at an odd angle for someone just waiting for a parking space. The engine was running, the exhaust releasing light vapor into the cool morning air. The driver didn't get out, didn't signal, didn't seem interested in talking. He just stood there for a few seconds that seemed too long to be a coincidence, It didn't look like a maneuvering error. I could have gone up to him immediately and confronted him directly, but I decided to do things differently. I went back to the cab and honked twice, loud enough to attract the attention of the entire yard. The white horse started moving almost instantly, slowly advancing until it turned the corner of the shed. There was no argument, no explanation, just a clean exit for someone who supposedly wasn't doing anything wrong. When I got out again to inspect it more closely, I realized that the fifth wheel lock had been pulled just enough to allow for quick uncoupling. If I had stayed inside the cab dealing with paperwork or distracted on the phone, a simple correct coupling of another horse would have been enough to get the trailer off the road. That's when I understood it wasn't an improvised attempt. It was a test of time and reaction, and I had only interrupted for a few minutes. I stood there for a few seconds looking at the fifth wheel, trying to figure out how long someone would have needed to work on it without me noticing. It wasn't the use of heavy tools or brute force. It was a quick, precise movement from someone who already knew exactly where to place their hand. While I was analyzing the position of the lock, I noticed a recent mark of displaced grease on the side of the hitch. It was a small detail, but enough to show that it had been manipulated seconds before. I looked around for a visible camera in that side area of the yard and didn't find any pointed directly at where I was. The main entrance was monitored, but the coverage back there seemed too partial. 2 trucks further ahead had their curtains closed, the drivers probably resting, and nobody seemed to have noticed anything. The surrounding urban traffic continued as normal, small cars passing on the outside street as if nothing was happening. This made everything more unsettling. I decided to notify the yard management even before confirming any major damage. I went into the cabin, picked up the internal radio, and reported an attempted tampering with the hitch. On the other end, the response was too calm, asking me to wait for a supervisor to come to the location. While I waited, I looked at the side of the trailer more closely and noticed something I hadn't seen before. The side identification sticker was slightly scratched, as if someone had touched it with metal equipment. When the supervisor arrived, he quickly examined the fifth wheel and agreed that someone had tested the lock. He said he would check the cameras, but made it clear that that area had a limited recording angle. It was at that moment that I noticed another detail that bothered me even more. The tailgate seal was still intact, but the carrier's identification sticker was slightly peeling off at one end. A small thing, but enough to indicate recent contact. I still didn't know if the goal was to take the entire trailer, or just test the ease of future swapping.
Try Aleve for longer-lasting body pain relief. Aleve.
On the Border just turned up the flavor. Fresh made guac, homemade queso, sizzling fajitas. Your Tex-Mex favorites just got an upgrade. Bolder flavors, fresher ingredients. On the Border. Come taste the difference today.
Ready to refresh your space for less? At Living Spaces, thoughtful design and direct sourcing keep prices low while quality stays high. Get this sofa for $295, this queen bed for $195, and this dining set for $295. Updating every room is within reach. Only at Living Spaces.
Living Spaces.
But while I waited for confirmation of the images, I realized that the damage had already occurred on another level. Even if the trailer hadn't been taken that morning, someone had chosen my set to try. And that meant it wasn't by chance. Confirmation that something bigger was at stake came a few minutes later, when the supervisor returned with partial information from the cameras. The white truck had entered the yard a few minutes before I arrived at the side area, and was not on the scheduled unloading list for that time. It circled slowly along the side of the warehouse and stopped exactly behind my trailer long enough for a quick attempt. There was no clear record of the license plate because of the camera angle. That made it clear that it wasn't a simple route error. While we were talking there next to the truck, I received a call from the company asking if I had changed positions in the yard without notice. According to the tracking, there was a slight weight fluctuation registered in the system minutes before the noise I heard. This meant that the trailer experienced slight external traction, even without fully uncoupling. The attempt wasn't just a visual test. There was real effort to move the unit, and that already constituted operational damage. I could have left immediately after the scare and waited for instructions at a safer location, but the cargo was already partially compromised simply because they had tampered with the hitch. The risk of structural damage to the locking mechanism required a complete inspection before continuing the journey. While we waited for an in-house mechanic to check the system, it became clear that, even without total loss of the trailer, the scheme had progressed enough to cause damage. The discovery had prevented something worse, but it didn't stop the impact. The inspection confirmed that the fifth wheel lock suffered forced wear on the safety pin, enough to require replacement before any new coupling. This meant temporary immobilization of the truck and an immediate delay in unloading, in addition to the cost of parts and labor. The company treated it as an attempted aggravated theft and filed a formal report. But since the trailer was not taken, the case was classified as damage and a failed attempt. Even so, that day's schedule was lost, and another driver had to take over part of the next route. Financially, it wasn't a total loss of cargo, but there were real costs associated with emergency maintenance and unforeseen downtime. Internally, my name became linked to the incident as the driver of the vehicle at the time of the attempt, which automatically leads to questioning even when the fault doesn't lie with the driver. I continued working normally after that, but each stop at an urban dock was made with extra caution regarding the surroundings. Because once someone tests your trailer, you know it wasn't a random choice. After that day, I started always parking in areas with a visible camera pointed directly at the trailer hitch, even if it meant waiting longer for a parking space. It might seem like a small detail to an outsider, but the fifth wheel became my first point of check whenever I stop at an urban loading dock. It's not exaggerated fear. It's an adjustment after learning that someone tried to steal my trailer while I was just a few meters away. The city continues to function normally, trucks coming and going all the time, but I no longer see that movement in the same way. The trailer wasn't taken, the cargo didn't disappear completely, and officially the case ended as a failed attempt with technical damage. However, the financial loss did occur and was recorded in the report, along with my name in the field for the driver responsible for the vehicle. Since then, every time I hear a metallic clang behind me, I don't wait for the second repetition before getting out of the cab. Thanks for riding along today. If you enjoyed this haul, please leave a like and a comment. Those simple actions tell the YouTube algorithm to deliver our stories to a wider audience, and it truly helps this channel grow. Stay safe out there, and I'll see you in the next one.
At HEB, we're committed to helping Texans live well. That's why we offer over 5,000 organic fruits, vegetables, and more, including our own HEB organic products at everyday low prices. HEB, here, everything's better.
At Stone, members get more, starting with a free facial gift card just for joining. More time to unwind, more room to breathe, and more moments that are truly yours. Enjoy a monthly massage or facial at exclusive rates with rollover benefits and flexibility that fits your routine, because you deserve to feel like yourself, not just today, but month after month. Join now at your local Hands and Stone spa and walk out with a free gift on us.
What made me understand that that night was unusual wasn't the noise. It was the silence that followed. I prefer not to say my name, and after what happened at that roadside stop on I-10, I learned that keeping certain things off the table is a way to continue driving in peace. I've been driving across the southern part of the country for years. I know every stretch of desert that seems endless. I've heard engines blow up, tires tear, and even transmissions die in the middle of nowhere. But that silence had weight. It was 2 in the morning when I pulled into the isolated rest stop in Arizona, one of those that exist more out of state obligation than real activity. The lighting came from tall poles that cast a weak, yellowish light on the cracked asphalt. The desert wind pushed fine sand against the sides of the trailer. There were only 2 trucks parked far apart. I chose the furthest spot possible. My cargo that night wasn't refrigerated, sensitive, or flashy. Sealed pallets, all paperwork in order, weight within the limit. Nothing that would warrant interest. I followed standard procedure, locked the doors, checked the mirrors, and turned off the engine. When the dashboard lights went out, and almost absolute silence filled the cabin, that's when I heard the first bang. It didn't sound like a punch. It didn't sound like someone hitting the outside of the trailer. It was muffled, metallic, irregular, as if it were coming from inside another trailer. I waited a few seconds, thinking it was cargo being adjusted, but the sound returned, this time with 3 short thuds followed by something dragging. I looked in the right rearview mirror and saw the refrigerated truck parked 2 spaces behind. The detail that caught my attention was that the refrigerator was off. No constant noise from the auxiliary motor, no typical vibration of active refrigeration. Yet, something seemed to be moving inside. I stood there trying to convince myself it was my imagination. The silence returned, heavier than before, and I made the mistake of deciding to check. I got out of the cabin with the wrong feeling that I was doing something I didn't need to do. The early morning air was dry and cold, that fine desert chill that doesn't hurt but alerts you. The gravel under the soles of my boots seemed too high, as if each step was announcing my position. There was no movement in the other parking spaces. No doors opening, no engine starting, nothing. I walked toward the refrigerator, keeping enough distance so as not to seem too curious. The trailer was white, without a logo, with dust marks accumulated on the lower edges. The rear doors were closed, seals visible. Nothing visibly forced open. I touched the metal side. It was cold, but it didn't vibrate. I waited a few seconds in absolute silence, trying to catch any internal sounds. That's when I heard it again, this time more clearly. 3 muffled, spaced-out blows as if someone were conserving energy. It wasn't the load pattern settling. There was rhythm. There was intention. My first thought was simple. Someone got trapped. My second thought came too quickly. This isn't my responsibility. I looked around for the truck driver. The cab was dark, curtains drawn, no sign of occupancy, no license plate indicating a large company, no visible identification. It was at that moment that I saw lights appear at the entrance to the rest stop. A pickup truck pulled in far too slowly for someone who just wanted to park. It didn't go straight into the free spaces. It made a wide turn and positioned itself behind my truck. The engine remained running. The high beams were fixed on my rearview mirror. I didn't run back to the cab, and today I know that almost cost me dearly. I stood between my truck and the refrigerated truck, trying to appear indifferent to the presence of the pickup. Its engine remained running, steady, as if waiting for something to happen. The high beams suddenly went out, but the vehicle didn't move. That's when the feeling of being watched ceased to be just an impression. The truck door opened slowly, with a movement too controlled to be casual. A man got out holding something long against his leg, but not in a threatening way. He closed the door slowly and began walking toward the back of my trailer. There were no shouts, no running, no nervousness. There was method. I maintained a firm posture and began to back away toward my cabin, measuring each step. He didn't say anything, didn't quicken his pace, just adjusted his trajectory to keep the distance the same. When I reached the driver's door, I felt my heart pounding in my chest. I climbed 2 steps at once and got into the cabin. I closed the door and immediately engaged the central locking, turning the key in the ignition almost reflexively. Before the engine had finished starting, I heard a sharp thud on the passenger window. The first blow didn't shatter it completely, but it created a web of cracks that spread in seconds. The second blow went right through. The glass shattered into the cabin with a violent sound, scattering fragments across the seat and dashboard. I felt small cuts on my arm as he tried to reach the inside door handle. The object he was holding was a heavy metal tool, not an improvised one. He knew exactly where to strike to create enough space. I didn't have time to think about courage or fear, only about the sequence of actions. Clutch pressed, key turned all the way, diesel engine responding with minimal delay. I kept my foot firmly on the accelerator as I released the parking brake and engaged first gear. The man tried to force his arm through the broken glass, but couldn't reach the latch. The truck started moving the exact moment he lost his balance. The pickup truck behind me was blocking my front exit, so the only option was to go sideways. I turned the steering wheel sharply, ignoring the bad angle and the proximity of the loose gravel. The trailer responded with a heavy delay, dragging slightly before straightening out. I heard something hit the side of the cab. but I didn't stop to identify what it was. My only goal was to create distance. The pickup truck reacted quickly, accelerating to try and close my exit angle. It moved forward on the left side while I was still adjusting the alignment of the vehicle. The truck's total weight provided stability, but also limited any sudden maneuvers. If I misjudged the turn, I could end up sideways and completely vulnerable. I kept the accelerator steady, without any visible panic. I passed the rest stop exit, almost scraping the low concrete curb. As soon as I reached the I-10 highway, I shifted into the next gear and increased the revs. The pickup truck tried to keep up for a few seconds, staying in the side lane. Its headlights were flashing intermittently, perhaps trying to disorient me. I maintained a straight line. After a few kilometers, she slowed down and disappeared in the rearview mirror. There was no long chase, no gunshots, no honking. Just the calculated retreat of someone who didn't get what they wanted. I kept driving without slowing down, feeling the cold wind enter through the broken glass and mix with the smell of dust and metal. I only slowed down when the mileage counter indicated a sufficient distance to make it impossible to catch me in a few minutes. The wind coming in through the broken glass started to really bother me, bringing in fine sand and the dry smell of the desert. My arm burned from the small cuts, but nothing deep enough to compromise my driving. What really weighed on me was the question I avoided answering. What would have happened if I had opened that refrigerator? I kept thinking about the muffled thumps I heard before the truck came into the rest stop. The pattern wasn't random. It wasn't the sound of loose cargo. It was a restrained, almost calculated rhythm, as if someone knew they couldn't draw too much attention. It didn't sound like a coincidence, and the synchronized arrival of the truck made it all seem even less natural. If someone was trapped inside, the plan was simple and cruel. Create enough curiosity to force a driver to approach and get out of the cab. With the truck unlocked and the driver out of control, all that was left was to surround them and take over. It wasn't about the refrigerated truck, it was about my truck. It was about cargo, paperwork, and a quick disappearance. I'd heard similar stories about crossing Texas and New Mexico, but I always dismissed them as gas station exaggerations. After that night on I-10, I stopped believing it was all just hearsay. Someone had planned the time, chosen the location, and counted on the desert's isolation. Nothing there seemed improvised. When I finally pulled into a well-lit gas station many kilometers later, I realized my hands were still tense on the steering wheel. The attendant asked about the broken window, and I simply replied that it was an attempted robbery. I didn't mention the refrigerator. I didn't mention the banging. I didn't mention the silence. Some things are better left unreported. I continued my journey after improvising a shield on the windshield, but the road seemed different from that night on. Each stop required calculation. Each distant light gained significance. The isolation that once represented peace became a variable of risk. Working across state lines has always involved exposure, but there it became clear how much we depend on split-second decisions. I-10 remained the same, but I didn't. I prefer not to give my name because I still pass through that area a few times a year. I don't know if that refrigerated truck actually had someone inside or if it was all part of a larger scheme. I didn't go back to check. I didn't file a detailed complaint. I didn't try to investigate. My priority was to keep the cargo and stay alive. Sometimes surviving means accepting that you won't have all the answers. What remained was the pattern, not the violence. The muffled sound, the synchronized arrival, the calculated roadblock, the direct attack on the cabin's most vulnerable point. Nothing there seemed impulsive. It was cold, practical, and functional. That's what bothers me most when I remember that early morning. If you're listening to this now, you understand what it's like to depend on constant attention on the road. You know that many situations start out too small to seem like a real threat. I almost turned curiosity into a fatal mistake, and it was a close call that night didn't end differently. If that story hit you even a little, take a second and hit like. Seriously. When you like and leave a comment, it tells YouTube to push these stories to more people who actually enjoy this kind of content. Drop a comment too, even just a quick thought about what you would have done in that situation. That kind of engagement really helps this channel grow. And if you're not subscribed yet, consider subscribing so you don't miss what's coming next. Now, let me tell you what happened on the next run.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a musical obsessed couple. You book a dazzling hotel in the Big Apple, 5 stars, with a balcony for your big sofa. If Broadway Bucks can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, Booking.net.
My name is Travis Cole. I'm 40 years old, and I've been driving long routes through the West for almost 2 decades. I've always believed that an empty road is synonymous with tranquility, especially in the deserted stretches of Nevada, where the horizon seems endless. That night I was cruising down a state highway off the main road, maintaining a steady speed and a clear head. The dashboard illuminated the cabin with a soft blue light, while the rest was just stark darkness. I had no idea that danger was already sitting beside me before I even realized it. I found him stopped on the shoulder next to an old sedan with its hood up. There were no streetlights, no town nearby, just sand, dry vegetation, and wind crossing the asphalt. The hazard lights reflected in the desert like a repetitive orange pulse. I slowed down, checking my rearview mirror to see if anyone was coming from behind, but the road was completely empty. I stopped because it seemed like the only human decision to make. He walked to the cabin with steps too firm for someone desperate. He showed no panic, only controlled urgency. He said the car had suddenly died and that he needed a ride to the next gas station 20 or 30 kilometers away. I hesitated for a few seconds before unlocking the passenger door. It was enough to change the course of that night. As soon as he got in, he carefully closed the door and adjusted the seat as if he'd done it before. I got back on the track and accelerated to nearly 100 kilometers per hour, maintaining a straight trajectory through the dark desert. The crosswind was constant, but nothing out of the ordinary. The silence inside the cabin lasted less than a minute. He looked ahead and commented that my daughter should be starting high school that year. I hadn't mentioned family. There was no photograph on the dashboard, no sticker on the window, nothing to reveal that detail. Even so, he said her full name, as if he were reading it from a report, and he still hadn't told me his own name. I kept my eyes fixed on the road for a few seconds, waiting for him to complete the sentence with some logical explanation. Maybe someone from my town had commented on something. Maybe he had mistaken me for someone else. The desert stretched darkly past the sides of the windshield, with no visual reference beyond the reflective strip. The digital speedometer remained steady near 100 kilometers per hour. My heart, however, did not. I asked him how he knew my daughter's name, trying to keep my tone neutral and casual. He replied that certain information is easy to find when you pay enough attention. He said it as if commenting on the weather forecast or road conditions. There was no explicit threat in his voice. There was no smile. The crosswind made the trailer sway slightly, and I corrected the direction with small adjustments to the steering wheel. That's when he commented that my house has a white fence on the right side, and that the dog usually stays tied up there when we're not home. I never mentioned any dog. I never mentioned the neighborhood. I never said the city. The dashboard partially illuminated his face, but not enough to read his expression clearly. He kept his hands resting on his legs, a posture too upright for someone recently rescued from the side of the road. He wasn't looking at me, only ahead, watching the asphalt disappear beneath the headlights. The silence between sentences was calculated. The road lay empty in both directions, a dark corridor surrounded by barren terrain and scattered low bushes. There was no town nearby, no gas station visible on the horizon, just miles of desert and no cell phone signal. And I began to realize I was driving too fast to be comfortable. I started slowing down almost imperceptibly, 2 or 3 kilometers per hour at a time without slamming on the brakes. The engine sound changed slightly in RPM, but nothing that immediately caught his attention. He noticed, because he commented that I always drive a little above the speed limit when I'm alone. I had never said what my usual speed was. The information didn't make sense. I asked him his name, trying to steer the conversation towards something normal. He only gave a common first name, too short to remember. He didn't offer a last name, didn't ask mine, showed no interest in formally introducing himself. It was as if he'd already moved past that stage. That bothered me more than the information about my family. That's when I noticed a detail while he was adjusting the position of his right leg. The hem of his pants rode up a few centimeters, revealing something attached to his boot. It wasn't large, but it was enough to recognize the shape. A narrow knife, discreetly tucked into the inner side of the leather. It wasn't loose there by accident. He kept his right hand resting precisely on the leg where the knife was hidden. He wasn't holding the blade, but the proximity was too clear to be a coincidence. The dashboard illuminated only the metallic outline for fractions of a second. My field of vision alternated between the road and that specific spot. We were still going over 90 kilometers per hour, in the middle of a completely empty stretch of desert. If I braked suddenly, I could lose control of the vehicle. If I accelerated, I would increase the risk. I needed a decision that didn't look like a decision, and I needed to make it before he decided to act first. I decided not to look directly at the knife again, because any change in my gaze could betray that I had noticed. I maintained a neutral posture, hands firmly on the steering wheel, controlled breathing and minimal movements. The desert continued to stretch ahead like an endless dark strip. The speedometer now read 88 kilometers per hour. The reduction was gradual enough not to seem strategic. He commented that the neighborhood where I live usually gets quiet after 10 o'clock at night. He said the street only has one main entrance and few visible cameras. He spoke as if describing a memorized map. There was no emotion in his voice, only observation. Each sentence seemed constructed to gauge my reaction. I casually asked where he lived, but he deflected the question by saying he travels a lot. He added that predictable people are easy to follow. He didn't use the word watch. He didn't use the word follow. Still, the meaning was too implicit to ignore. My focus on the road had to compete with mental calculation. I noticed on the dashboard that a small secondary detour would appear a few kilometers ahead, a dimly lit technical rest stop used for maintenance. It wasn't an official station, but it had open space and better lateral visibility. If I could get there without provoking a reaction, I would at least have room to maneuver. The decision needed to seem natural. He readjusted his leg's position, confirming that the knife was still there. His right hand was now closer to the handle. The silence inside the cabin grew heavy, unlike the comfortable silence of before. I knew that the next action would determine how that night would end. I signaled the detour as if it were routine, gradually reducing the speed to 60 kilometers per hour. I didn't brake abruptly, just let the truck lose power naturally. He asked if we were close to the service station, and I replied that I needed to check a noise in the axle before continuing. I maintained a technical, confident tone, as if it were standard procedure. The vehicle began to enter the open maintenance area. The space was wide, with a compacted gravel floor and lighting far enough away to create long shadows. As soon as I lined up the truck, I pulled the parking brake with controlled firmness. The engine continued running, vibrating under the cab as it always does. I needed everything to appear normal until the very last second. Every movement I made was calculated so as not to trigger an early warning. He moved his hand toward the knife almost imperceptibly when he realized he hadn't put one there. The gesture was quick, but not quick enough for me not to confirm his intention. Before he could fully draw the blade, I opened my door and got out of the cabin on the opposite side from him. I didn't run. I just moved decisively. As soon as my feet touched the ground, I quickly circled the front of the truck, keeping my distance from the passenger door. He opened the door almost at the same time, but the height difference and the weight of the cab worked in my favor. I stayed out of direct reach while he assessed the situation. The knife was now fully visible in his hand. Without saying a word, I returned to the driver's side of the cab, climbed the steps, and locked the door before he could get around the vehicle. I engaged the gear and released the brake in continuous sequence. The truck moved forward, leaving him on the gravel, stopped without chasing after it. In the rearview mirror, I only saw the silhouette diminishing in the dust. I only truly breathed a sigh of relief when I got back on the main highway and resumed a steady speed. The desert remained the same, dark and silent, but now it seemed larger than before. The speedometer read close to 90 kilometers per hour again. My hands were firmly on the steering wheel, but the tension was still there. The cabin had never felt so small. There was no chase, no headlights flashing behind me. He simply stood there, motionless on the gravel, as if he had already decided that this attempt was over. That's what disturbed me the most. There was no desperation, no emotional outburst, just a completed calculation. For the rest of the trip, Each kilometer marker seemed slower than usual. I mentally revisited every detail of the conversation, every phrase he uttered as if I were reading a file. I don't know how he knew about my family. I don't know how long he'd been observing me, or if it was all a contrived coincidence. What I know is that the knife wasn't for ordinary self-defense. It was positioned for quick access, hidden enough not to attract immediate attention. And the kind of information he had didn't come from an impromptu roadside conversation. It came from prior observation. Since that night in the Nevada desert, I no longer give rides on deserted highways no matter the situation. The road remains long, remains silent. But now I understand that not every request for help is just a request. Sometimes it's a test to see if you're willing to open the right door. The gate was open when it shouldn't have been. There was no illuminated sign, no active guard post, no record of nighttime operations in that yard. Even so, the recent tire tracks on the ground indicated constant movement. I knew it didn't make sense even before I turned off the motor, and yet I went in. My name is Caleb Turner, and I've been driving in the Southwest long enough to recognize when a place feels off. The company instruction was clear. Wait there until unloading clearance the following morning. The yard was isolated, surrounded by open desert and low metal sheds. There was no town nearby, just state highway and sand. After parking in the designated area, I turned off the engine and waited for silence to settle in. The desert wind swept across the terrain, kicking up fine dust against the sides of the trailers. The lighting came from tall poles with flickering white bulbs. With each flicker of light, the shadows shifted position. It was on the third swing that I noticed movement where there shouldn't be any. Two men were standing between trucks parked further back, unloading something quickly and in a coordinated manner. They weren't wearing uniforms, there was no forklift, and there was no official record of their activity. The rear doors of one of the trailers were open. I remained motionless inside the cab, watching through the side mirror adjusted to its maximum. The boxes they were moving had no visible identification and were being transferred from one truck to another. No interior lights were turned on to avoid attracting outside attention. This wasn't an overtime shift. This was something that shouldn't be happening. I remained seated in the cabin for a few minutes, pretending to review messages on the panel to justify leaving the interior light on. Every movement outside was quick and efficient, as if following its own schedule. There was no loud conversation, only short gestures and silent coordination. The surrounding desert remained completely dark beyond the reach of the streetlights. This was happening in the middle of nowhere. The transfer of goods was done directly between two trailers parked side by side. One of them wasn't on the list of vehicles scheduled for that yard that night. I had received the full schedule before leaving the base. I recognized at least 3 license plates that shouldn't have been there. This confirmed that I hadn't been imagining things. I decided not to interfere and just wait inside the truck until dawn. The plan was simple: remain invisible. If they didn't know I'd noticed, maybe it would all end there. I slightly adjusted the mirror to widen my view without leaning too far. The last thing I needed was to attract attention. That's when one of the men stopped for a second and looked directly in the direction of my truck. It wasn't a casual glance, it was an assessment. He remained motionless for several seconds, far too long to be a coincidence. Even with the uneven lighting, I felt I had been identified. Instinctively, I turned off the interior cabin light and remained completely still. My truck was positioned about 50 meters from their activity, but the line of sight was direct. I had a clear feeling that this distance was not enough, and at that moment I realized that the main gate was no longer open. I leaned slightly to see the gate in the side convex mirror. Where there had once been a free opening, there was now a chain running through the metal bars. I didn't hear the moment they closed it, which meant they did it while I was watching the back of the yard. The padlock reflected the intermittent white light of the lampposts. That wasn't an operational coincidence. I glanced back at the men in the background and noticed that one of them was no longer carrying boxes. He was walking towards me with controlled steps, without any apparent hurry. He wasn't running, shouting, or pointing at anything. He was simply steadily closing the distance. The other remained by the trailers observing. My first impulse was to start the engine immediately and drive toward the gate, but the interior space was too narrow for a sudden maneuver. There were trucks parked in parallel rows, creating tight corridors. If I got the angle wrong, I could get stuck between two trailers, and then there would be no second chance. I decided to keep the truck off for a few more seconds, trying to look like just another driver waiting to unload. The man kept approaching. Now let
A fresh start means new possibilities for your space. At NFM, it's easy finding furniture that fits your style, with fresh trends and new pieces arriving every day. Shop our endless options of sofas, accent chairs, and more, all at great prices. Only at NFM.
Welcome in springtime. Hellman's delicious classic double liftings. Irresistibly rich and creamy. Hellman's real.
Car's ready.
Ready already?
Already ready.
Ready already? Ready already?
Ready already?
Ready already? Ready already? Already ready? Ready already? Ready
Already ready.
Get it quick, quality, 15-minute oil change service and more at Chippy. In and out, in Chippy.
Now less than 30 meters away. The light flickered again, casting a long shadow of him on the concrete. He already knew I had seen him. That's when I heard the dry sound of a metal door slamming shut somewhere behind the sheds. It indicated more people in the yard, not just two men. The math changed instantly. I wasn't just trapped in an enclosed space. I was outnumbered on land they knew better than I did. I turned the key in the ignition with a firm, controlled movement, trying not to show urgency. The diesel engine responded with a deep rumble that echoed through the yard louder than I would have liked. At the same instant, the man walking towards me quickened his pace. It wasn't a frantic run. It was a calculated reaction. The white light flickered again, casting distorted shadows between the trailers. I engaged first gear and moved through the narrow corridor between two rows of parked trucks. The lateral space was limited, and any miscalculation could tear the side of my trailer. I maintained a low but constant speed, looking for a position for a larger maneuver. In the mirror, I saw at least two men moving parallel between the vehicles. One of them got into a pickup truck parked near the warehouses. The headlights flashed abruptly, cutting through the darkness of the yard with direct light. Now I had limited mobility against a light vehicle that could easily navigate around obstacles. The uneven concrete made the whole thing vibrate under the full weight of the load. I needed to use the truck's size to my advantage. The pickup truck started moving, trying to intercept my lane before I reached the center of the yard. I accelerated enough to gain momentum, but not so much as to lose control. I turned the steering wheel sharply, making the trailer follow with a heavy lag. The space between two trailers was minimal, but sufficient for a calculated passage. I heard the sound of something hitting the side of my trailer as I passed through a narrower area. I didn't stop to check the damage. The pickup truck appeared from the left, trying to block my path. The enclosed yard was now a maze of metal, concrete, and headlights crisscrossing the middle of the New Mexico desert. I knew I couldn't beat the pickup truck in agility, so I needed to force it into a miscalculation. I kept the truck straight for a few meters, and then turned abruptly to the right, entering an even narrower corridor between two parked trailers. The space was too tight for the pickup to continue at the same speed. The weight of my vehicle gave me stability, not speed. The pickup truck tried to maneuver around the outside of the lane, attempting to intercept me at the exit of the corridor. I increased the revs just enough to maintain constant momentum without losing traction. The uneven concrete made the steering wheel vibrate in my hands. Each side mirror was checked in fractions of a second. Any mistake there would leave me stranded. As I exited the corridor, I aligned the truck directly toward the main gate. The chain was still stretched between the metal bars, reflecting the white light from the lampposts. There was no time to get out and try to remove the padlock. The only viable option was to use the truck's own weight as a tool. I kept the accelerator steady. The pickup truck reappeared from the left, attempting to cut me off before I reached the gate. I ignored the approach and maintained my steady trajectory. The impact of the grille against the bumper was loud and sharp, followed by the snap of the chain stretched to its limit. The padlock couldn't withstand the combined force of weight and inertia. The metal structure gave way enough to create a partial opening. The truck slid through, dragging part of the side fence before hitting the outside asphalt. In my rearview mirror, I saw the pickup truck stop before the damaged gate. They didn't try to go beyond the yard's boundaries. I got the impression that this was already the maximum reach of their operation. I didn't slow down until the parking lot completely disappeared from the rearview mirror, and the state highway resumed its normal silence. The New Mexico desert looked the same as always, but I knew it wasn't the same for me anymore. The engine revved steadily as I mentally reviewed every second of the chase. The cabin vibrated like any other night shift. Only now there was something different. I didn't immediately call the company or the local police. I only stopped when I had enough signal to file a basic report without mentioning every detail I had seen. I explained about suspicious activity and a gate being closed without authorization. I didn't describe the boxes or the faces. Some information needs to be delivered carefully. What became clear to me was that this wasn't an improvised operation. It was a structured operation with a controlled gate, positioned vehicles, and a silent transfer of goods. I had parked in the middle of something that was already underway, and I was noticed before I could leave without leaving a trace. Since that night, I haven't entered an isolated courtyard without confirming official activity through multiple sources. It doesn't matter what the schedule says. It doesn't matter how urgent the delivery is. The road teaches you quickly when you survive a wrong decision, and I barely survived. My name is Caleb Turner, and if there's one thing I've learned in the desert, it's that isolation doesn't mean safety. Sometimes it means the exact opposite. If you made it this far, hit like and let me know which story stuck with you the most. Also, drop a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is there right now. That kind of interaction helps YouTube push these stories to more people. If you're not subscribed yet, consider subscribing so you don't miss the next ones. Thanks for listening. Drive safe.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. For instance, imagine you're a vampire thirsting for a lively hotel. You find a Vegas resort near some great nightlife. Perfect. You may be undead, but you're the life of the party. And if the forecast calls for sun, at least there's free cancellation on most stays, so you can wait for the perfect weather. Gorgeous. If a vampire can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.